Bom dia, bonjour, good morning, karibu. The microphone and say.
In Nyanja, in Zambia, it says Mulibwanji, and everybody answers Bueno.
Bueno.
Mulibwanji?
Bueno.
Great.
Moçambique quer dizer também. Aurélio, fala lá, numa língua nossa lá. Bom dia. E como é que se responde? Ishin. Okay. Ethiopia, can you say also good morning in Amharic? With microphone.
እንደምን አደራችሁ?
And how do we reply?
እግዚአብሔር ይመስገን ደህና አድረናል።
It's complicated, huh? We need to learn that require. Okay, so good morning, everybody. Good morning, all participants online. Now we have 46 participants who have joined from different countries. I think participants online were very, very active. I have seen the chat box file. It was exploding with comments and also questions. So thank you for your participation. And there were also many contributions, technical contributions, etc. I think it is, it's mine, yeah. Yes, it's yours. Sorry. Good. Okay. Yeah, thank you. Okay, so now we start then our day, second day, and Erika, who is a very, very key person doing all this production online, sitting in Italy, has already put the presentation. Thank you, Erika. Good morning.
Thank you and good morning.
So you might remember that we start the days always with a half an hour session dedicated to questions and answers, also just brief recaps, and also recall the agenda of the day. Today I am chairing. Tomorrow we will have Colleen chairing, and then on Thursday we will have a, let's say, mix between Miriam and Naveen to chair, right? So that's just to announce that we will have different chairs from now on. Okay, so again, just welcome everybody. We all know that we have 3 languages officially being used in this room. And in the afternoon, we will have another presentation in Portuguese language. So just be prepared to use your devices, translation devices. Today we have some additional participants, notably from Tunisia. They arrived a bit later yesterday, quite in the afternoon. Well, it was the flight plan. So one of them is here, Mrs. Olfa. She's from Ministry of Labor and Vocational Education and Training, and she's dealing with the NQF development already for many years. And Mr. Hassan is also coming soon. Okay. We will also have another participant joining later from SADC Secretariat. So I hope you will come soon. So this slide was more for all those participants who joined a bit later, just to recall the objectives of this training week. So we have Mr. Hassan has just joined the room. Welcome. So let us recall our road. Here it is without Baobab. And so yesterday we did the opening, a keynote speech. We had participants' introduction via the multimeter, so it was a technical manner of doing that. Then we looked into concepts, classifications, and frameworks related with occupations, skills, and competences, NQF systemic view, build and govern the NQF, compare NQFs and qualifications, and a final discussion. We also gathered questions and suggestions, very strategic ones, on the table, on the boards there. And we have some questions from the chat box. We are going to address them today. And today, our agenda is about qualifications. So we are going to start by one of the fundamental pillars, which is the discussion about learning outcomes and level descriptors. in the session 11. Then we will look into digitalization, and that will be session 11, in which we have two cases: European digital credentials and for learning, as well as e-certificate, Zambia. Develop qualifications will be an important session in the afternoon, and also an interesting topic, I think, for many of you who like, for example, artificial intelligence and the use of artificial intelligence in analyzing data. I know it's the case of our friend Abdullah Salifu from UNESCO. So we will have a session about labor market intelligence, innovative methods. But the start will be country case Ethiopia. So our participant colleague, Mr. Dereje Woldemariam, is going to present, I hope I pronounced well, Ethiopian National Qualifications Framework in the session, 15-minute session right after this one. Okay, so then we continue the road tomorrow. You all remember that we have been using this model to remind us all that the NQF does not work in isolation, does not work as something separate, because otherwise it doesn't work. It must be related with the system. So this also to remind that we are tackling most of these themes of this model through this training week, and they are all very well addressed, explored in the 10 ACQF training modules that elaborate on all these themes. I would like to remind from the book of speakers, yes, all the people who are involved as trainers and speakers, and I have simply highlighted there all the colleagues who are going to speak today. So Colleen, she is going to do the session on learning outcomes and level descriptors. Miriam is going to tell us about e-certificate, ZAQUA. Mr. Olavo Correia, you know him already, is going to speak about development of qualifications, a practical road. Mr. Dereje Woldemariam is going to tell us about the Ethiopian Qualifications Framework. Mr. Koen Nomden from the European Commission will tell us about the digital certificates. And Mr. Mauro Pelucchi from Lightcast Italy is going to share with us these very interesting experiences and innovative methods for labor market intelligence. So as always, please, colleagues who are online, do write your comments and your concrete questions in the chat box. And colleagues here, please use also those boards to write your questions, your comments related more or less directly with the sessions. Let us start immediately with some of the comments. So I took pictures and I think it's quite interesting to see them as they were written. So the first question is to include Sudan and South Sudan in the trends as countries that want to start development of the NQF. So this was a concrete request by our colleagues sitting here at the table, at the IGAD table, and I think this is already a very good first result of having IGAD here as a region in this workshop. So thanks Sagal and Dr. Kebede for organizing such a dynamic group. So the reply is this: of course, this can be done, most welcome. We are really very happy to include all countries. So let us have a short meeting today or tomorrow, colleagues, just to see a few points so that we can gather some information for this. So thanks a lot. Then another question, an interesting, very good one for development. This is coming from Professor Rodolphine Wamba, Cameroon, and from our friend Abdul Lahate Cissé, Senegal. The question is really good. So, so they were here yesterday struggling and saying, we do need to define a guideline or a framework, a canevas in French, for the implementation or to guide implementation of the NQFs So something to be done together with the ACQF. And this guideline or Canva should support rapid development in the countries, particularly French-speaking countries, which are in the process of developing the NQF. So this is a very good challenge, and let us really do this, colleagues, and let's put together a working group and explore how to do this, how to make this happen. So I just wanted to note that such requests are really at the core of what ACQF is about. Then I just want also to give a partial response to this important request. And it is about the following. In fact, ACQF is aware of this important need. And as you know from the beginning, this idea of developing and making available thematic content in form of training modules, guidelines, handbooks, etc., has been at the heart of the work. And so you can find on the ACQF website the mapping study collection. Especially the comprehensive report contains a lot of very useful information guiding or helping countries orient themselves in development of an NQF. The 11 thematic briefs, there will be soon a 12th thematic brief, which also look at specific questions in a short manner. The 10 training modules, they are all very useful and of special interest for development of the NQF. I'm just noting here the module 1 on learning outcomes, the module 2 on level descriptors, the module number 4 on RPL and credit accumulation and transfer system, the module 7 on monitoring and evaluation, and the module 10, NQF, systemic view. So all these, if put together, can really be very helpful for your working groups, national working groups. The 10 guidelines, the publication is in progress, but they are all available and also translated in the two languages, French, Portuguese. There is a brief ACQF handbook, very brief, with all these guidelines synthesized in a one chapter, also very easy to read. Then there are these short inventories that we have put also online, like 12 NQFs. There is also a new updated stock taking on national qualifications framework of the SADC. Then we have a tool on the website called NQF Snapshots. You please can use it. It has to be completed, obviously. There is a full library of presentations, reports, didactic videos from these 15 peer learning webinars. And there is also a web page on RPL with an international overview report. So these are just elements that can help you, countries, working groups, task forces, interested in doing the first steps and initiating the process. Now, there is another question, comment, reflection that was proposed by Dr. Abdallah Baguma from Rwanda, who has here 3 questions. They are really fundamental. So I'm trying also to reply. What are the key features of the different phases of NQF? So, for example, if we look at those 5 phases we have been talking about. So can we differentiate between an NQF and NQS? And is it correct to say that NQS can be the lead or provide the basis for the NQF? NQS being the National Qualification System. And then the third question is, what is the timeline to have in place the ACQF? So let us try to reply to all these questions. Yes. Stages of development. Let me explain how this all started. So the 5 phases that we know, that we have been applying all the time in the context of ACQF, have been developed for the mapping study, the initial mapping study, which was the first thing, the first step of this project. And this was done in October 2019. Welcome, bonjour, bienvenue. On va parler après sur le problème là. Okay. So this concept was developed for the ACQF mapping study, and in the report you can find information about this, how these 5 stages were developed and what they mean. So the five stages are, just let us remind, no NQF, So development to be started. We wanted to include this in order to be able to classify all countries out of the survey. And interestingly, many countries who replied to the survey classified themselves in this level one. One of those countries is Angola, by the way. And the person who filled that survey is here sitting at the table. It is Ana Claudia. She put Angola as at level 1. And today Angola is at level 4. So that just in 2.5 years. Then the second is early thinking. The first steps, development and consultation. It's a very big phase actually, because development and consultation can take years really. Then approved and implementation started. In many cases, yes, the approval has been done, the implementation has started, and this starting period also takes some time because there is a lot there to be put in place, to be clarified, methodologies, tools, procedures, etc., to be developed. Then advanced implementation and reviewed already NQF, NQS. So this is a fifth, the stage 5. And I want always to underscore, this is dynamic. Countries move from one to the other. The fact that the country has classified itself as at level 1 at a certain moment of history does not mean the country stays there all the time. It all depends on the will of the country. By the way, I want to welcome Malawi. A special, she was not here yesterday. I just see her. Lindiwe, you are very welcome. Thank you. Sorry. I was with her in Malawi recently, and they are also doing work to move ahead with the NQF. Thank you. It was not easy to come here. So stage 1, NQF not available. Some characteristics are here. The country might have an implicit qualifications framework. All countries have an implicit qualifications framework. There is some information on NQFs in other countries. There is some interest. Stage 2, early thinking. It is the start of the process of dialogue and exchanges between national institutions regarding the rationale and future steps towards development of the NQF. Why? What are we going to get? What is the added value? Why? What are we going how are we going to use the NQF to improve and to tackle the many issues or challenges we have with our human resources in the country, with our education training system and so on. A leading role of 1 or 2 institutions is needed there, or is possible, so that this process can move ahead. Important is this moving ahead from one to the other. There should always be there a trigger, an energy, a capacity to take the next step. Stage 3. It is called in development and consultation. So it's the decision to start the NQF process is taken at political level with support. An NQF working group or a task force coordination group is set up with a plan and resources. There is awareness, information, capacity development in preparation and being done, a baseline study, concept and technical paper on the NQF, organized stakeholder consultation and communication. We have seen this being done, for example, recently in Mozambique. Maria Luisa, who is sitting here with us, and Ida, represented here by Aurelio, they were going to all cities in the country to discuss, to present, to get comments, etc., from many stakeholders. That's an organized process of consultation and communication about the draft document. Then finalized package of main documents, a planned roadmap towards adoption, approval, including meetings, contacts with key decision makers, documentation. This adoption can be a tricky process, of course, we know, depends on some political, institutional characteristics of the country. So some work has to be done at that level as well. So these are some characteristics. Stage 4, approved, implementation started. The NQF legal act or acts are approved and published. The NQF coordination implementation entity, different models established with resources. Institutional and capacity building started. This means work processes, procedures, quality assurance. Functions, tasks, responsibilities of the lead entity are approved, clear. implementation plan with resources, NQF tools, platforms, stakeholders consultation, some web presence, even if it is just a small web space in a website, and M&E system has to be established quite quickly. International cooperation also starts at different fora and networks, and preparation even to referencing to the regional qualifications framework when it exists. Stage 5, advanced implementation and revised NQF. So the NQF implementation entity is visible. It is no longer something hidden. Nobody knows about it. It must be visible and credible. That's the advanced implementation and acknowledged. It is called by the ministry. It is called by the stakeholders, social partners. So it is visible. People know it is delivering. It is delivering. The NQF register or registers of qualifications or other aspects is fully developed, is fully accessible to the public. M&E system is advanced, provides data, analysis, orientations for further review, new developments, policy developments. Information and data on NQF is used by international organizations because the NQF is known already. So, or networks. I know our colleague Abdullah Salifu is going to tell us about this, but NQF, information on NQF is very important then to be used by the recognition networks and centers in the recognition, let's say, context. Of course, mobility, sharing of good practice, etc. So this is that the NQS really have a place, are very visible and making a change, are acknowledged. I also want, in this respect, to this question on stages and levels, just make a small comparison, and you can have this document. I can send it to you. Later than the ACQF proposal about stages in August 2021. ETFs at the FOP have developed a paper on stages of NQFs, and you see the approach is different, but there are some common points. As always, in fact, people think in the same manner in different places. So that proposal that was it's later than the ACQF proposal is based on these 6 stages, and there are even sub-stages. So basically explorative stage, design stage, adoption stage, activating stage, operational stage, review stage. There are here many similarities with the ACQF. ACQF has created a little bit broader categories. And so if you compare, you can compare with the ones of the 5 stages that ACQF has proposed for the mapping study initially. And this is simply the document that I can also share about those 6 stages approach. Then Dr. Baguma, the question about NQF versus NQS is in a way, well, I think defined in these definitions, particularly this one here. A national qualification system includes, and then also the place of an explicit qualifications framework. And maybe this is a partial, of course, response. It requires further discussion. We can do it also during the week. It is just an attempt to direct you to a well-acknowledged definition, international. So this is more or less now the end of these responses, and I would like then to ask my colleague Erika to please share those few questions coming from the chat box, and those questions have many of them are from Dr. Jenene, Ethiopia, and also one from Winnie, Bulimu. And some questions by colleagues from Sierra Leone as well. So Dr. Jenene and these questions are for Andrea. Andrea, are you there, ready to respond? Short responses?
Yes, I am here.
Welcome and good day, Andrea. So the questions are, first, which comes first, qualification standard or professional occupational standard? Do you use qualifications framework to develop professional standard, or we use professional standard to guide qualifications framework? Okay. Then the second question is about qualifications level. So should it be included in the QF policy document? Maybe could you address these first two questions, Andrea?
Yeah,
Thank you.
sure. So I think there's two separate things or three separate things going on in question one. Professional standards describe the occupational standards for a profession. So they're quite focused on the profession. So they stand on their own. But if you're developing up a qualification, you would develop the qualification to meet those professional standards. Otherwise, for example, a surgeon. So what comes first, the professional standard and then the qualification. In terms of the qualifications framework, they could be developed independently because the qualification framework is describing the qualification types that you will issue within your country. So to the second question, I know Colleen's doing a presentation on learning outcomes and level descriptors. The level descriptors, whether you have 8, 10, 12, or whatever, are a critical feature of your qualifications documents, your policy documents. Without them,
sorry, is it allowed to interrupt?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I am asking about qualifications level, not level descriptors, but qualification descriptors. I mean, qualification descriptors.
Oh, you're meaning qualification descriptors, not level descriptors.
Yeah, do we have qualification? We have level descriptors. Do we have qualification descriptors? Are they common in developing qualifications framework?
Yeah, okay. So many people put the qualification descriptors in the same policy document as the level descriptors. But quite often I find in emerging qualification systems that they will leave that for a second document because basically they're less sure. They're creating change and they're less clear. So for me, a qualification descriptor, type descriptor is critical. And it's better that they're all together because people from the outside can see them all together and they understand. If you're looking at different documents, it's harder to put the pieces together. Okay. Okay, next question from Winnie. The level descriptor tells you the level of complexity of your qualifications. So we have examples of countries when they accredit a qualification, they look at the outcome of that qualification, the level of complexity, and that helps them determine. So a bachelor isn't a bachelor just because you call it a bachelor. You have to show that the level of complexity of that outcome of that qualification is aligned to the level of the bachelor in your qualifications framework. So that is the importance. A qualification type descriptor will hold extra information. The volume of learning, it may hold the purpose of the qualification type. For example, it's an entry-level qualification. Or it gives you additional information, possibly usually around doctorate, around how it's assessed, how the thesis, the basis of it, etc. So the qualification type descriptors give more information. Okay, the next one from Doctor again. The volume of learning, sorry, I think we're under Winnie. It's a question around the Ethiopia TVET system. Am I correct? When you talk about volume of learning, it's an anticipated estimation. If I had to teach you, doctor, and you knew nothing about the topic, how long would it take me to teach you? How much time would you need to practice and be assessed? Now, having said that, if you're very skilled in the area and you go to assessment, then that doesn't matter if you short circuit it. Same with RPL. If you're assessed, it is an estimate of a student. I call them a green skin, somebody who doesn't have any experience in the field. So if you do have experience, it does not affect your volume of learning measure. It's an estimate. It means I learned on the job, I now go for assessment. Lucky me. Okay, the last one is from Fred before I hand over. I think all of us would say that it's better to develop a comprehensive framework where you pull in higher education, TVET, skills, adult sector. You may have a whole range of sectors and schooling, especially the end of schooling. That would be the ideal. And sometimes you do see countries develop up a TVET framework or a higher ed framework. But there's a lot of angst and a lot of pain once you start to move to an NQF, because you might have implemented, as Eduardo was talking about, a whole system around TVET. When you've renegotiated an NQF, you have to turn that ship around. So ideally, I would say try and go for an NQF as best as you can. Thank you.
Cláudia, tu responde. Sim. O que é que se tem que fazer quando há uma compreensão, um saber limitado sobre estas questões? Pode ser a Ana Cláudia, pode ser a Maria Luísa, com base na vossa experiência. O que é preciso fazer? Porque as instituições não sabem o que é isto tudo. So I'm asking the concrete practitioners from the national institutions to respond. What is it that is necessary to address this issue? How to counteract limited understanding of key stakeholders about these topics of NQF? Not the expert, Olavo. We heard him. I want you to tell us, you institutions.
Posso começar? Sim, Maria Luísa, de Moçambique. Sim, obrigada pela oportunidade. Penso que é uma oportunidade para partilhar aquela que foi nossa experiência. Sim. Em relação a isso, eu posso pegar mesmo a minha experiência pessoal, porque quando eu entrei para participar do grupo de desenvolvimento do quadro nacional, eu não tinha muitos conhecimentos em relação a isso. Então, a primeira atitude foi procurar perceber de que processo se tratava, seja a partir do quadro legal, em que se incluía a questão do desenho de qualificações, e também uma das atividades que foi muito frequente e que nos ajudou como grupo técnico foi mesmo as capacitações. E em continuidade a esse processo, nós estamos a preparar as nossas instituições de ensino superior e os empregadores, todos aqueles stakeholders relevantes. Temos mensalmente, desde o ano passado, um webinar por mês em que nós tratamos de todos os conceitos básicos para que os nossos intervenientes, desde já, ao invés de esperarmos a fase da implementação, possam se aproximando desses conceitos. Esta é a nossa experiência. Obrigada.
Indeed, CNAC is organizing now structured regular webinars on these topics for many different participants, universities and not only. Ana Cláudia, Angola.
Obrigada. Bem, a nossa experiência foi um pouco similar à de Moçambique. A nossa estratégia no início foi a organização de um conjunto de webinars e workshops para a capacitação de todos os stakeholders, inclusive a capacitação dos técnicos que compõem a unidade técnica de gestão, que é a unidade que está responsável pela implementação do Sistema Nacional de Qualificações em Angola. Foi um trabalho que levou cerca de um ano, esses webinars e esses workshops, e também dizer que nesses workshops nós decidimos começar por um conjunto de conceitos para que as pessoas também pudessem se apropriar desses mesmos conceitos e definições em relação ao Sistema Nacional de Qualificações. Obrigada.
Thanks, colleagues, for this response coming directly from the institutions dealing or coordinating the NQF. Yes, Ana.
Pois, esqueci-me de algo. Dizer que Angola começou a implementar o Sistema Nacional de Qualificações numa altura em que surge também o projeto ACQF. E também foi para nós importante aquele conjunto de webinars que foram ocorrendo ao longo dos últimos anos. Portanto, nós também agradecemos à União Africana e todos os seus parceiros pelas oportunidades que nós tivemos em participar nos webinars organizados.
Okay.
Obrigada.
Obrigada. So now we move to Ethiopia. Mr. Dereje Woldemariam, please, you are welcome here to tell us about the Ethiopian qualifications framework. You have 15 minutes. Thank you. So I will already prepare for you, and this is to change this one. Okay, thank you in advance.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, all. እንዴት አደራችሁ? This is እግዚአብሔር ይመስገን, meaning thanks to God. Sure. My name is Daraja Augucho Waldamariam. I came from Ethiopia, and my organization is Education and Training Authority. Education and Training Authority, formerly it is called HERCA, HERQA, meaning Higher Education Relevance and Quality Agency. It was regulating quality of education only at the higher education level. But starting this year, it is changed to ETA by increasing duties and responsibilities. That means regulating all quality of educations at the general education, the TVET, and the higher education. Now it has become a larger authority. It's changed from agency to authority. Anyway, I'm so thankful to introduce the Ethiopian qualification framework with this limited time. So I'm really happy. The Ethiopian qualification framework was drafted a decade before and developed, revised a number of times by HESC, a higher education and strategic center. It was working for the last many years, but now dissolved to the Ministry of Education. The Ethiopian qualification framework was discussed and developed by different group of professionals, educators, professors, and the validation workshop was carried on many times. Even I remember the workshop I was participating twice with the involvement of stakeholders, university presidents, Ministry of Labor and Skill, the industry representatives, and so forth. So with these limited slides and restricted time, I want to present the main features, objectives, and the role of ETA, the Education and Training Authority, my organization, and the recent status of the qualification framework. Now, Ethiopia has developed many strategic documents, the roadmap, the proclamation, and so on and so forth, just for the education system in the country. Now, this one, the qualification framework, is a new national policy for regulating qualifications in the country. It is a national system which links together the three education and training subsectors: the general education, the TVET, and the higher education. It is supposed to address many Ethiopians' challenges in the areas of quality, access, equity, and relevance, and particularly accountability in the country, and is supposed to serve as a platform for communication, coordination between the sub-frameworks. Now, the purpose of this qualification framework, by the way, I want to say something here. ACQF, the abbreviation ACQF, the small t here is deliberately written because if you write EQF, it will make any confusion with the European qualification framework. So here it is deliberate that T appears small, so Ethiopian qualification framework. So the purpose of this framework is to establish a national standard of knowledge, skills, and wider competencies to ensure the relevance of qualifications to, I think this one is disturbing me. Okay, let me do it like this. I think this, yeah. Yeah. Thank you. So 5 major purposes are designed. So one of the purposes is to resolve the diversity of sectors and improve articulations and comparability between qualifications and different sectors, to establish national quality standards and systems for quality assurance of providers, programs, delivery, and assessment. It is to establish clear progress pathways. This is a little bit vague in our country, but now everything is going to be clear. So there will be a clear pathway from one level to the other and facilitate procedures for learning and transfer recognition of learning. It provides a means to benchmark qualifications. Now, the qualification framework has the following philosophy. In terms of local context, globalization, outcome-based pedagogy, social justice, lifelong learning. So the qualification framework has to increase chances of participation for all citizens in learning opportunities. It should also suit to the country's specific need in social, economic, political spheres. The other philosophy is the Ethiopian qualification framework needs to recognize the global trend. It should also enable regional and international comparability. It creates opportunity for learners' mobility. It has to recognize learning outcomes gained through informal and non-formal modalities. Objective for the interest of time, I have already said this in one way or the other in the purpose. This is the structure of the qualification framework. In this structure, there are 8 levels. Now, as you know, countries have 10 levels. Some has 9 levels. Here, the Ethiopian qualification is supposed to have 8 levels. Why 8? Nothing special, because we are using the already existing qualifications. The PhD has come to be the highest level in the country, which is level 8. Coming to it, the postgraduate is the next level, level 7. The master's degree, bachelor degree is at level 6. And here, the green area is given for TVET qualifications. Already they are under implementation. Okay, so what is new here in this qualification framework is level 1. It means any student that has completed grade 12 is given level 1 just by default, because curriculums are already vocationalized. That means at each step he's learning a vocational concept. So therefore, any completer of grade 12 by default will be given level 1. So levels for TVET qualifications start at 2. So level 4 is equivalent to diploma or level 4 certificate. Level 5 is equivalent to advanced diploma. We don't have qualifications in Ethiopia like associate degree, postgraduate diploma, and so on and so forth. That is what we are going to do maybe for the next time. So when we come to levels and level descriptors, all the levels have their own, just like the others. They have levels and level descriptors. Levels are designed in terms of KSC, knowledge, skill, and competency, where competencies are defined in terms of autonomy and responsibility. Level descriptors are also expressed in terms of learning outcomes. So this is an example. For example, for level 6 descriptors, a student that has a level 6 qualification or degree qualification will supposed to have this competency, and he is supposed to have this skill, and he's supposed to have this knowledge. So for each level descriptors are indicated. This is as an example. When do we use level descriptors? We use level descriptors when designing new programs, in the development of curriculums. We use level descriptors in writing learning outcomes. We use level descriptors writing assessment criteria. We do have a good experience in the Ministry of Health. Graduates from health all are assessed. There is a licensure exam, so they are expected just to refer the level descriptors from the National Qualification Framework. We use it for prior learning. We use it for award bearing. We use for accreditation purposes. So there are guiding principles for the qualification framework. The first is just all qualifications has to be registered. There will be inventory of qualifications nationally, internationally. Okay. We'll have again the other principle is we use qualifications for standard setting. We use a qualification for quality assurance. I'm doing this just for the interest of time. So we use the fourth guiding principle is that every assessment has to refer the Ethiopian qualification framework. There will be also credit arrangement and pathway. It provides mechanisms which enable the recognition of all learners' achievements, irrespective of the context of learning. It establishes eligibility to apply for entry into a higher level or same level programs, be developed based on a gap analysis of the learning outcomes of the two qualifications to bridge gaps, and so on and so forth. And the last guiding principle may be awarding. Certification document is used to consistently across the education and training sectors. Finally, what will be the role of ETA, the Education and Training Authority? This is my organization. So the Ethiopian qualification framework, I can say it was overcooked. It was developed and revised for more than 10 years. It was not implemented. The main reason was there was no governing body which overtakes the implementation of the framework. But now ETA will be the apex body for the governance and implementation of the qualification framework. ETA is chosen because it is established to regulate the quality of the country or the education at each level. An implementation regulation will be approved by the Council of Ministers of the effective implementation. So Currently, the Amharic version of the document is at the hand of the Council of Ministers. We expect it will be approved. After the approval, we can say hopefully we are in the track to implement it. Yesterday, I heard a statement that impressed me. Do not wait for perfection. National qualification framework is always in development. So we are going to implement it with all of its limitations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Derej Waldemariam. This was a very good presentation. It was a good presentation, Mr. Waldemariam. I think very, very clear, and particularly this last part. We are going to start, even if it has some limitations. That's excellent. Thank you. So now we have Colleen joining us here to start talking about something really fundamental, learning outcomes and level descriptors. So Colleen, the floor is yours and your presentation will be uploaded. Choose the microphone you want. I think do you want this one? This is mine, it is disinfected dental, only you can use it.
I'll just use that so I can.
So you know how to do it. First you have to touch, and in principle it goes. You can use also this thing for the.
Let's go just behind this. Can I go behind the screen so that I can see what I'm presenting? I think that's perfect. Thank you very much and good morning. I will be addressing two essential building blocks of qualifications frameworks. The one is learning outcomes, and then the second one, although it is not completely separate, it is the way learning outcomes are used at the level of the framework. I'm going to be talking about level descriptors. To find out more, we've got training modules 1 and 2, thematic brief 10, and we've also got an orientation note on RQFs. And I want to encourage everybody to make use of the ACQF website and go into those documents. It's important to understand what the key definitions are and what the key concepts are. At an extremely basic level, learning outcomes is what a learner is expected to know, be able to do, and to understand at the end of a learning process. Usually when people ask, so why are you focusing on learning outcomes? Before, we used to focus a lot on input. What did you do to get this qualification? You know, what did you study? But now we actually want to know, you have this qualification now, what can you do with it? So that is the shift. Sorry. I just wanted to, I think I've gone a bit too far. I just wanted to show you that the differences in the definitions, it's not that, sorry, the technology is getting the better of me here. Okay. Just the definitions, and you have this presentation, so you've gone through it. I'm not going to go through it word for word. There's a common meaning. So even if you look at a definition of learning outcomes in CEDEFOP, you look at it in the Addis Convention, which we will learn about tomorrow, we will hear more about. The basic of the definition is the same. So this, can I go? So this learning outcome, so what is it? It is an approach to qualifications design and how to compare qualifications. So yesterday I heard people speaking about, you know, so how do we eliminate variation? How we reduce variation? So learning outcomes is actually a common language for describing and comparing qualifications. It provides an understanding of what will be learned and what is the best way to achieve it. Okay? Very learner-centered, so the learners know upfront what is expected of them, And it encourages them to take the initiative and to take responsibility for their own learning. It is very much linked to personal achievement, mobility, and recognition, because it signals that, that when you have a qualification, it signals that you have achieved a set of learning outcomes, which usually culminate in a qualification award. So it's got a very personal agenda to it. It obviously supports credit systems, because for each learning outcome in your qualification, there's going to be some kind of credit allocated to it. And in an example later on, I will show you how that's done. And I'm sure you've got examples of yourself as well. Very importantly, and something that Jens also mentioned yesterday, it allows stakeholders to have a better understanding of what to expect from a qualification holder. So when that person has this degree, what can you expect them to do? In the evaluation of qualifications for work or study purposes, also if you have the learning outcomes of that qualification, it is actually a little bit easier to compare that qualification with the qualification that you're wanting the person to be compared to. So this learning outcome, so how do we write it? It's actually the process is very, very simple. It is verb driven. And I'm using this example here. I think it's a Cape Verde qualification. If Cape Verde recognizes the qualification, it does come from a Cape Verde qualification. So it normally starts with an action verb like organize, and then, so what must the learner organize? The learner must organize administrative processes. What is the context for presentation to public entities? That's at a very simple level if you want to write a learning outcome. So there is your learning outcome. Organize administrative processes for presentation to public entities. That is one of the learning outcomes of the level 5 accounting qualification. You can always work backwards from, so what do you want the learner to achieve? And then you work backwards. And for every verb-driven statement, figure out what your teaching and learning strategies will be, and also how are you going to assess that? So you can already see if the person must do that, how are you going to teach it? And then how are you going to assess that? Avoid having too complicated sentences, because you want people to understand what this learning outcome is. So you don't want to have too many verbs. So you will rather split the verb. If I'm going too fast, just slow me down, eh? Then very importantly, and in a later slide, I'm going to show you that learning outcomes have multiple uses at the level, descriptor level, in job description, CVs, and so on. So you must think about the context within which that learning outcome is written. It must fit the purpose of the context. And then very importantly, you must be able to achieve that learning outcome within the time and available resources. How do I get rid of it? Eduardo, you must just tell me when I've got 10 minutes left, because I need 10 minutes for the ACQF level descriptors, please. Oh, that's not working. So the learning outcomes ecosystem, and you've heard some people talking about it. So the main thing, it is a common currency. It enhances transparency. It is the building blocks, or we call it the glue of qualifications policy. Very much about coherence. That learning outcomes help us to classify a qualification in the National Qualifications Framework. It helps us to kind of position our teaching and learning and how it will be assessed, and certification. And then very important, quality assurance, that continuous improvement between what is expected and what is achieved, and that feedback loop from the labor market, very important in the learning outcomes ecosystem. Here I just want to show you the relationship loop. So learning outcomes, it's kind of two phases. So you write a learning outcome to say, at the end of this, you will be able to do 1, 2, 3, and 4. Then you have to assess that. So you have your expected learning outcomes, and then you also have your achieved learning outcomes, which is achieved after assessment. So you have your desired, and the other one is obtained following learning. You can read a little bit more about that. CEDEFOP has introduced a number of publications on this. So that is your continuous improvement. moving to level descriptors. So a level descriptor is a type of learning outcome that is written for a qualifications framework. So it tells us what do we expect from learners at that qualification level. Okay, so you can have TVET qualifications and you can have higher education qualifications on the same level, because a framework is not really about one sub-framework only. So it just tells us at the generic level, what do we expect from a learner with that level of qualification? There are lots of similarities between the level descriptors of national qualifications frameworks and level descriptors of regional qualifications frameworks. They are both kind of generic, but at a regional level, there will be no links to qualifications. And in a national qualifications framework, there will be links to qualifications. But at a regional qualifications framework level, there will be no link to actual qualifications. It will be the countries that will be referencing to that. Okay, just what I said before, the NQF level descriptors will always be more detailed and more complex than a regional qualifications framework level descriptor, because it needs to capture the complexities of that national system. Linked to features of existing qualifications. So when I look at your level descriptors, I'm also going to look at your qualification types that are linked to that level descriptors. At the level of the African Continental Qualifications Framework, because it is a regional qualifications framework, there are going to be no qualification types immediately linked to that, because countries will reference their whole frameworks to the African Continental Qualifications Framework. Okay, so here also what we said, the last point on NQF, you can have more than 2 qualifications on the same NQF level. It just indicates that the qualifications are broadly comparable in terms of the generic complexity at that level, regardless of where or how that qualification was obtained. So you can obtain it through RPL, it can be TVET, it can be higher education, as long as that qualification meets the complexity of that level. So at regional level, the descriptors will be slightly different because they serve a different purpose. Okay. And here NQFs will reference to the ACQF, and we're going to talk a little bit more about that on Friday. It also at the regional level, it kind of provides an orientation for countries. So it is not a top-down where we say to countries, this is the ACQF, and now everybody must implement it in that way. But we can say, you know, these are the things that we encourage in member states. So it's a kind of an orientation towards common benchmarks for countries. And it's got a regional agenda. So what is what is important for Africa? So it's got a continental kind of agenda. And obviously it will not capture the same complexities as the national level descriptors. So there are multiple applications, and I don't want to run too much out of time. You know the education and training where learning outcomes are used, and there's a long list here in curricular level descriptors. So there's a long list there. Also in work, and you will know if you write a job description, you want to actually tell people what knowledge do you need, what skills do you need, what do you need to be able to do. And if you say you want a specific NQF level, you can use that level descriptors to actually help you to write those job descriptions. Also, you use it when you are developing your CV, when you're talking about your experience, you write it, you know, from a verb point of view. You are able to develop a strategic plan and so on. So it's got a number of uses in personal work and education and training. I'm not sure we got time for a poll here, but we thought we would just ask people if they have got any other uses of learning outcomes. Maybe they can reply on the chat. That's just what we were speaking about earlier on your continuous feedback, very important. Once the learner has that learning outcome, there must be a link with the labor market. So I've got this learning outcome now, I'm going into the workplace. What does my employer think about the learning outcomes that I've achieved? And can the employer say, You need to review those learning outcomes. You need to renew it. So there's that continuous feedback loop from the writing to the interpretation, to the actual achievement, to how they are experienced. So we call that the continuous improvement, where we get the labor market to feed into those learning outcomes. Now, yesterday, people were asking a lot of questions about how do we reduce variation. This is an example, and you can go into the presentation is available. You can go into the website. This is an example from the Quality Assurance Agency in the UK. They have developed a set of subject benchmark statements, and I've just showed the social work one here. But it gives you an example of what they expect from social work qualifications. What are the kinds of teaching and learning strategies, the kind of assessment, what's the knowledge that you want a social worker, someone with a social work qualification to have, which will be different from somebody with an engineering qualification. So they've developed these subject benchmark statements. It's not mandatory, but it gives that guidance to help people to develop the learning outcomes in the particular qualifications. The tuning, Africa was part of the tuning project. It was also looking at degrees in different, like degrees in medicine. And so what do you expect from a degree holder? What are the minimum kind of standards? And you can actually go into that website to have a look at it. And they try to make it very simple. You can see they said be readable in 5 minutes, not be longer than 2 pages, provide a coherent impression of the specific degree, must be succinct. So it gives a kind of frame of how to frame the degree so that it is clear and that there's some kind of common benchmarks and common standards. We've listed some countries here that are also using a learning outcomes approach in their competence-based training and approach par compétence, the CBT ABC, and there are other countries, and you'll recognize your country here, but there are other countries that are also using this, but it is also a learning outcomes approach. There are a number of publications available if you want to strengthen your learning outcomes approaches in your country. Also now in 2022, there is a handbook that is with the latest developments, but you can look at all of that. Just to show, this is from CEDEFOP, where they showed how people are using learning outcomes more and more. In the tuning academy, it's not only Africa that took part in that. There were also other countries, and you will be able to find information on a number of other subjects. You can see teacher education, civil engineering, medicine, linguistics, literary studies, art, history, and it's available in different languages. So you can go into that website as well. I'm just using an example here of for how learning outcomes are used at the level descriptor level, and I'm using Cape Verde again. Their domain responsibility and autonomy. So it is very clear, and it's in the public domain. So before the learner even says, I'm going to be doing a level 5 qualification, they can already look at the level descriptors, because that is what they will be achieving. Because obviously it's linked to an NQF level. And this is the actual qualification I was talking about. There you can see organize administrative processes for presentation to public entities. It is a level 5 qualification. It meets the level 5 descriptor in Cape Verde. So and it becomes more granular. At the level of the level descriptor, it will be very generic. Now we're looking at, there's a qualification attached, so it becomes more granular. So it's very on financial management, accounting and tax management. It becomes more granular. Even when you go into that qualification and look at the elements, you can see how much detail it goes into it, even with the assessment criteria. I'm also just showing you some of the principles supporting the presentation of learning outcomes, and this Cape Verde qualification actually meets all those criteria: the verb, the context, a summary of what the qualification is about. We know exactly what type of qualification it is. So it meets the kind of broad principles of writing learning outcomes. So we also see learning outcomes used in qualifications and in qualifications databases. Please go into this if you have some time to have a look at Botswana, Cape Verde, Mozambique, and South Africa. I just briefly go into it here. I don't know where this line has come from. But this is from Botswana, and you can see this is the actual qualification in tourism management. It is at level 6. We know exactly what learning outcomes, what is expected from the student, from the learner. So display skills in conducting events. It's related to tourism, communicate effectively, demonstrate skills in budget, contact tour guides and tour guide operations, and integrate technology, very specific to the tourism. So it becomes more and more granular. And then your assessment criteria, it's linked to all of that. So it becomes just to also put, just to orientate you that it does become more and more granular. And that is why you can have other qualifications at that same level, but also at level 6, because the differences will be shown in the actual qualifications. Here's an example from Cape Verde. It's that same qualification that I spoke about earlier on. You have the general, what is the general competence, the generic profiles, and you can see the units of competency there. It's the same in the professional profile and the personal profile. This is an example from Mozambique, where you can actually see that they have attached credit values. And you can find it on their website. They've attached credit values to the learning outcomes. So that you have your generic modules, you have your vocational, the mandatory modules, and then you have your integrated project. And you can see how the credits are attached, and you know how what is expected for a total of 120 credits, how they have split up the learning outcomes to meet that 120 credits. Just an example from South Africa, and you can go into this database as well, and there's all the information on the qualification, and then also the exit level outcomes, what is expected from this learner at this level. So why are we talking about level descriptors and learning outcomes when we have an African continental qualifications framework? So what's the purpose of that? On Friday, you will, and some of you have been in the previous workshops, but on Friday, we will talk a little bit more about this referencing of national qualifications frameworks to the African continental qualifications framework. And we've got 4 criteria. You can see level 1, the criterion 1 and criterion 2, level descriptors, learning outcomes. So we're encouraging all countries to have a learning outcomes approach in the development of their qualifications. It will just make it simpler to reference to the African continental qualifications framework. So we are saying learning outcomes are the GPS, and Eduarda mentioned this yesterday. It's the GPS in the ecosystem of qualifications. I don't think we're going to have time to take questions now, but maybe on the chat you can just, do you agree, and why? Any comments? But it is so it positions us in the writing of qualifications. So issues and solutions, and I'm sure you also have a number of your own issues that you think you know, there may be more. A big thing is that learning outcomes, because they are written in a specific way, there are 2 specific schools of thought that say that, you know, there's a contradiction. So we have behaviorists who say that learning outcomes must be observable, you must be able to measure it, and constructivist says if it's you know, it's process orientated, and it must be open-ended to enable learning. So because we have these 2 trains of thoughts, when you read some of the literature on learning outcomes, you will find that people are saying that this is not going to work. Okay, that, and you will hear people talking about that learning outcomes dumbed down because you're writing everything out. You must be able to do 1, 2, 3, organize this, talk about this. But what people don't understand is that that learning outcome doesn't restrict you from going beyond that. It is just a positioning, but you can actually go beyond. It is only so we write it as threshold statements, and it doesn't mean that you cannot go beyond those threshold statements. Okay, it must be written in a way that can that teachers and facilitators can adapt it and they can interpret it in the way that they think is best. It should assist teachers in identifying and combining teaching methods. It should not restrict it. So there must be this balance, because people also say, so you're saying it shouldn't be prescriptive, but in order to peg that qualification at a specific level, it must meet certain requirements. So why are you saying that is not prescriptive? So you must find a balance between it being prescriptive and descriptive. And then, very importantly, it must be fit for purpose. So how do we ease the application of the level descriptors? I know some of my SADC people are here, and I know we had a lot of problems when we tried to speak about learning outcomes in SADC, because people were saying a learning outcome is not a level descriptor, a learning outcome is not. So we needed to bring together all those thoughts and say that learning outcomes have multiple uses. So this application of the learning outcomes-based level descriptors, it can be challenging. So you need to understand what is the purpose of that level of the level descriptors. You need to understand what is the vertical logic. You know, if you go up from level 1 to level 10, what is the logic? If I look across the level and I've got 3 domains, skills, I've got knowledge, I've got autonomy and responsibility. How do I know that these are all consistent? Okay, so make sure that the level descriptor, that it needs to be detailed enough to capture the complexities, but it also needs to be general enough to accommodate different parts of the system. Because level descriptors are not written for one specific system only. And it needs to be suitable for all contexts, not too academic. When it becomes very theoretical, people struggle a bit. Let me just see, I think I'm running out of time. Let me move. It's just, so we now with the African Continental Qualifications Framework level descriptors. You'll see that we have, and there are a number of infographics on the table. We have a set of level descriptors that has been developed. There was a complete process. We didn't find a methodology when we were looking at other countries, how they did it. So we developed our own methodology, and you can find all of that in thematic brief 10, I think. But there was a process to develop it. So we do have a set of level descriptors at the moment. We have worked on a set of principles of this level descriptors also, that you can also understand what the, it's better to apply something that you understand fully. So it's a learning outcomes orientation, it's principles of transparency, it's future oriented, it's generic, it's developmental and cumulative. So if you've achieved it at level 1, we don't have to repeat it again at level 2. We just say, okay, you've already achieved that at level 1, and we move on to level 2. And it needs to be conceptually and technically clear. So we've got 10 levels. We've got 3 domains: knowledge, which includes various kinds of knowledge, such as facts, principles, and theories in various areas. Skills refers to the ability to use knowledge to respond to information and address problems. And then autonomy and responsibility. So we've got definitions of all 3 domains. And then very importantly, we have a detailed glossary that explains the terms in the ACQF level descriptors. So the other the definitions we've spoken about. Now, when we speak about horizontal logic, so I'm just using here an example from level 1. So if I look across level 1, I must be able to identify keywords that I don't see in level 2. So we restricted using the word simple for level 1, and we decided basic we will leave for level 2. So simple, you can see there, repetitive, highly structured, close, minimal. For all of those, we've got a definition in the glossary. And here I've shown you how we've structured it in the glossary. So what does simple mean? It means uncomplicated and easy to understand. It can be used without experience and is found at the lowest level of complexity. Here we show how the progression, how it moves in progression in complexity. So you move from simple to straightforward, or from simple to basic, and you will find simple at level 1. So that is how we've structured the glossary. So it just makes it a little bit easier to understand. I'm not going to go through that, but it's the same kind of principle where we show you where mastery is situated. What does it mean? And we've the word mastery you'll only find in level 9. So for each of the levels, we've identified these keywords, just so that it helps you to understand why, what that level is about. So the vertical logic, and because when we were developing the level descriptors, we decided that we're not going to place level 10 at the top. We don't want to give the impression that higher education is much more important than general education. So we decided we're going to write it from 1 down to 10. So progression always goes from lower to higher levels, but the arrow is going down because obviously level 1 is at the top of the framework. So I'm just using one example here in the skills domain under what are the types of problems, because one of the elements under skills is how do we address types of problems. So I'm just showing you here what is the vertical logic. You know, we have to be very careful because we've already identified words across, but now when you look at it, you must be able to see progression in complexity. So there you can see, I mean, I've showed you simple, I've showed you mastery, but you need to see, you go from simple to straightforward, familiar, varied, unfamiliar, complex and sometimes abstract, complex and abstract, highly complex, mastery, emergent and new. And we kept those words emergent and new for the highest level of the framework, because that is where you normally situate your PhDs, your doctorates and so on. So for each of the 3 domains, we identified certain sub-elements, and you can see when you go through it, you can actually see the progression in complexity from one level to the next, and also if you look at what type of knowledge, how is it split up into different sub-elements. So it's type of knowledge and scope. In terms of the skills domain, so there we've got the type of skill. How do you respond to information? And you can also see the progression in complexity, and then also addressing the types of problems. We initially had the actual type of problem in a separate column, but we just decided to combine it because I've just shown you the type of problem in the previous slide. Autonomy and responsibility domain, we also struggled to, look at what are the elements that we want to speak about here. So we said it's about the context. So what is the context within which the person is working at level 1, highly structured, repetitive, at level 10, obviously emergent, new. And then also autonomy. What is autonomy? There are definitions of that. This just shows you how we positioned it so that you can see the progression in complexity from close supervision and guidance to expertise, and then responsibility at level 1, from minimal responsibility for self to expertise in management of new ideas, and then how we've positioned it so that there is some kind of progression in complexity. I think that may be the last. Thank you very much. I think that's the last. Thank you.
Thanks also for the work done and the presentation. So we have now 5 minutes. If you have some urgent questions here from the room, we have many questions in the chat box, but we will address them as we did today. Yeah, so we will gather them all together. Just a second. I want also to say, I think the presentation on the construction of the level descriptors, on the logic, horizontal, vertical, the use of terms to signify the difference, the distinguishing level of complexity, level to level, is useful for any country working with the national qualifications framework. It's not specific for a regional, it's useful for the national development as well. So please, I want to pass the floor first to Sierra Leone and then to Naveen.
Yeah. Good morning. This is Molai from Sierra Leone. We have 2 projects developing the NQF. We have the higher education, which is supported by SPEAR, and the VET toolbox develop an NQF that can incorporate all levels. But now we are stuck in margin. So all of these 2 elements have been supported by donors.
Yeah.
We have little amount of government fund in supporting the NQF. Now we have AU here. If we can have an interministerial policy that can force government to have certain percentage in supporting the NQF, I think that would be good for us. That is what I want to raise.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for this. Can I ask you, Morlai, please, can you write down your proposal in a card on the board? Remember that we are collecting on that board all these kind of strategic suggestions and comments so that it is documented. I'd like you to write it on the board.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Naveen, before Tunisia.
Thank you, Eduardo. I do agree, Colleen. Thank you so much. I think, yeah, I know exactly. I think one of the things that I really appreciate the fact is you made it simple to understand. And I think one of the things is we get so lost in the complexity of all this that people don't really understand the process. I really appreciate the fact that you made it simple. And you know, that is what is important. That's what we take from here. We don't forget tomorrow. That I just wanted to mention very quickly, yesterday, I think it was you who said it, and I think Julie also talked about, and I wonder what thoughts are of the group, the whole area of the humanitarian aspect of when we talk about learning outcome. I really like the fact, Eduardo, you talked about how dynamic all this, every time things are changing, and we have to, if we want to keep, or if we want to survive all this, why are we doing it? We are thinking about future generations. That is where our focus is. So what we do today has to affect positively the future generations.
Yes.
So whenever when we talk about things like learning outcomes, for me, I'm always thinking about what is the spiritual, ethical aspect of learning outcomes? And I think UNESCO has started talking about to be, where we talk about values, and which is in fact, in some ways, it cross-cuts all those.
Yes.
It is not simple there and complex here in level 10. It has to be at every level, because why are we doing it? Because we want a better humanity,
Yes,
a better
yes.
earth.
Yes.
And I feel that is something we really need to take forward. For all that we're doing, it is to actually have a better place to live for our future generations. And that has to come into our education, our
Don't
learning
reply, we
outcomes,
will write in a
our
board.
level descriptors. I just want to say that.
Thank you very much, Naveen. Since this is a very fundamental question, please write it down on the board. It should be part of the conclusions, if you don't mind, Naveen. And we tried to capture some of these elements related with Earth in the level descriptors, because in fact, level descriptors must be able to convey also questions of agency, of citizenship. This is what you are also in a way saying. So level descriptors can play that role indeed. It's really important what you just said. So please, Naveen, could you write and on the board? Yes. So before France, we have Olfa from Tunisia. Please, she's going to speak in French.
Bonjour à toutes et à tous. Donc merci. J'ai une question à Monsieur Wilmalim par rapport à l'expérience de l'Éthiopie. En fait, tout ce travail qu'on fait, c'est pour développer des cadres nationaux et ancrer la formation tout au long de la vie. Il y a une chose très importante aussi, c'est qu'on fait tout ce travail pour répondre aux besoins du marché du travail. Il y a une chose au niveau de la Tunisie, c'est-à-dire on a eu un problème à l'intégrer, c'est les soft skills. Comment intégrer les soft skills au niveau des cadres nationaux et joindre tout ça au niveau des acquis d'apprentissage. Là, donc, je m'adresse bien sûr c'est-à-dire à tous nos homologues, aux experts, et c'est-à-dire tous ceux qui participent à cette ACQF Training. Si l'expérience, c'est-à-dire elle est là pour intégrer, comment est-ce qu'ils ont fait pour avoir cet aspect-là au niveau des programmes et surtout lors de l'évaluation. Parce que lors de l'évaluation, on évalue les compétences d'une personne en contexte d'exercice, c'est par rapport à un métier, mais les soft skills, c'est quelque chose d'implicite, mais qui est très demandé et très important pour la formation tout au long de la vie. J'ai une autre question pour Colline et je vais la mettre au niveau du tableau pour gagner du temps. Merci.
Okay. Merci beaucoup. I will also speak in French if you don't mind. Merci Olfa pour cette question vraiment importante aussi et vous allez l'écrire aussi, non seulement la deuxième mais aussi la première. Donc le rôle des skills, soft skills, bon comme on dit en français. Je ne sais pas pourquoi on utilise soft skills en français, mais donc c'est important. Au fait, cet après-midi, nous aurons une session sur développement des certifications et nous allons avoir la possibilité d'en parler. Ça, c'est un point. Le deuxième, c'est qu'il y a ici plusieurs personnes dans la salle qui peuvent vous donner aussi quelques avis de leur propre expérience, comment ils ont intégré ce qu'on appelle soft skills, donc les compétences transversales un peu. Et même hier matin, la toute première session était exactement sur les compétences transversales, les différents types de compétences, enfin, qui sont comprises dans les soft skills. Mais c'est une question importante et nous pouvons continuer à l'exploiter. Et je vous prie de la mettre là sur le tableau. And there is another question for you, but it will be on the board. She's not Franz. And then it will be the last because you need to start. And Dr. Kebede also.
I thank you so much. I must congratulate you. You have tackled a topic which is extremely complex. I would use one example. Describing level 4, you can take any qualifications framework, whether it's national, regional, global, transnational, doesn't matter. If you read level 4 descriptor, compare it with 5, and then as you go on to 6, you'd see it's vague. It's never concrete, it's never clear. What advice would you give us, particularly those who are developing qualifications? Question 2, the Sustainable Development Goals came partly after some level NQFs were established. And I don't see how they are incorporated in our qualifications frameworks, whether it's in the development of learning outcomes, which follows on the level descriptors, obviously, or otherwise. How would you advise us that we don't lose sight of those critical cross-referencing elements? Thank you.
Thank you. Franz, let me just very briefly say, these questions should also be written there on the board, and we will discuss them all. Thanks. In the session, in the last session, questions and answers today. We will have a lot of substance in that session. Dr. Kebede. Are you already writing your question?
Yes, I'm
Before
writing.
telling it.
Yeah, I'm writing. Thank you, Eduardo. And I also joined Professor who is sitting next to me to congratulate you for a job that you are doing well, exceedingly well. So we are very happy with the support you give us. We are very happy with the way you start this program. Thank you very much. I have a couple of questions. One is about how flexible is qualifications framework or qualifications frameworks. And I'm raising this question because we are developing a regional qualification framework and countries are developing national qualifications framework. And what is the shelf life of these qualifications frameworks so that we are not actually using them as a Bible, rigid and changeable and for all times, as knowledge is perishable and changing. That's number one. Number two, there are issues that we are facing that some of our countries have developed one or another type of national qualifications frameworks, like TVET has in many countries. TVET qualification is developed. Some have developed for higher education. Our neighbor regional organization, EAC, has qualification framework for higher education only. So that goes to the countries. How do we make sure that these are horizontally integrated within the country, that we have a comprehensive national qualification framework and that we are not doing one thing time and time again? I think these are the things that just I want to think aloud. I'll put them on the wall.
Thank you, Dr. Kebede, for these questions. They are as useful in IGAD as for any other region. Also, the other regions are developing national qualifications frameworks almost in a parallel process, the regional, the national. So the questions you have been asking are fundamental. Let us agree, let us discuss them also in the last session. And colleagues, if you have any other additional questions, please write them down. I saw that some of our participants have also written questions in the chat box, Sergio, for example. So don't worry, all the questions will be addressed, okay? And please now let us move to digitalization. So we have two parts in this session. One is the European Digital Certificate for Learning, and our colleagues are going to share the screen for the first presentation. And then the second part is Miriam she's coming here then to present on ZAQA e-certificate. This is a very, I think, interesting, very pertinent session now. It's part of our topic, right? The topic is mutual trust in a changing world, and digitalization is one of those very important drivers of change. So now the floor is to Koen and Ildiko. They are joining online. Erika, you can share the presentation. Thank you. Thank you very much, Koen. Let me just introduce very briefly. Koen Nomden is one of the leading persons, let's say, of the process of ACQF implementation. Koen is a head of sector in the unit skills and qualifications of the Directorate General Employment in the European Commission. I'm using very short just definitions. And Koen is then the, let's say, engine motor of all the processes related with governance, with also organization of the advisory group meetings, content, reports that are a fundamental part of the working of the European Qualifications Framework. Koen is going to be presenting then on EDCL jointly with Ildiko Mazar. Ildiko has been very active for a number of years, also in the context of not only EDCL, but also qualifications database. So she has this technical part very strong and a lot of experience in this domain. The floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Eduarda. I hope you can hear me. Can you confirm that? Okay. Good.
Yes, we hear you well.
Okay, no, thank you very much. And I was already listening into the meeting, and I must say, dear colleagues, that I really enjoyed the discussion. So I'm really happy to be in your meeting. And this morning, of course, it's always nicer to be.
You muted yourself. Apologies, we cannot hear you anymore.
Okay, sorry, I made a wrong manipulation. I think it's now good again.
It's good. Good. Thank you.
I just have one logistical question. Shall I share slides or will you do it? Ah, okay, Erika's doing it. That is excellent for me. So you can now, so we will talk, Ildiko and myself, about European digital credentials for learning. This is about digital credentials. It is not necessarily about digital skills, because you can have digital credentials for any type of skill or for any type of qualification, of course. We will do our session, let's say, in two parts. So I will give you an introductory presentation, which I hope is not too complex. And then Ildiko will demonstrate more practically how our infrastructure for European digital credentials for learning is working. So we can now move to the next slide. Why are we working on digital credentials? Yeah, this is because in most countries still qualifications and degrees are issued on paper. That has huge disadvantages. And in terms also, you know, if you lose a document, those documents can be more easily falsified, so they are not so tamper-proof. And yeah, they are quite difficult, and it takes quite some time also for their receivers, like employers or recognition bodies, to understand the papers. Now, the aims of digital credentials for learning are also have to be seen a bit more widely. They are part of the idea also to create really a skills data space. They help to remove barriers to recognition, and the work we do on the European level is, of course, I mean, yeah, you can on the global level, there is of course the Groningen Network Declaration that aims to do the same thing, achieve a better understanding of how things are going. And we also want to avoid market fragmentation. That is why we work on the European level to make sure that if individual countries work on digital credentialing, that they do this at best in a coordinated way. And for this, we are creating European standards. I hope it works with the arrows on my computer to move the slides, but I have the impression that it doesn't work, because I move I push on my arrows, but it doesn't seem to move a lot on the screen. So can I perhaps ask to go to the next slide? I don't know whether you gave me the necessary access rights. Yeah, so in a European context, we also work on this topic, and it's actually a bit the same in Africa, because we have a situation of multilingualism, and you have that as well. And we have been working on an infrastructure that is multilingual. This is very important. Then a key issue also is user ownership of digital credentials. You give the power to the learner. The learner is the owner of the learning, of course, of the credential, and can use also the credential according to his or her wishes. So we are here in the paradigm of self-sovereign identity. And then, of course, we also talk about trust in the context of digital credentials. And accreditation plays an important role. And of course, also transparency is a key word, because through digitalization, you can make qualifications more transparent. to receivers of qualifications. Okay, this work that we do on digital credentials for learning is not done in isolation. Yeah, it is part of a broader policy framework. Recently, the Council, I have to say, the Council of the European Union, which means the member states of the European Union, adopted Council recommendations on micro-credentials, where they also are setting standard elements for micro-credentials and common principles. This was done in June of this year. On the same day, also, the Council adopted a recommendation on individual learning accounts. There is other policy around digital education. There is a digital education action plan that also announces work on digital credentialing. There is the European education area work towards that. So to be achieved by 2025 is ongoing. There is a European skills agenda that referred to work on digital credentialing, and there is a Europass decision and the European data strategy. So you see a whole bunch of policy fields, policy areas in which the work on digital credentialing is fitting. If we move to the next one now, a basic question is why digital credentials for learning? Now, first of all, why do I talk about digital credentials for learning? Because you can have digital credentials in many different fields. It's not just learning. You can also have digital credentials in the fields of health, in the field of payment, in the field of travel. So from the education and training world, okay, we often tend to think, and we understand a bit what is meant by credential, but it's a broader term than education alone, and that's why we talk now about digital credentials for learning. Now, these have benefits compared to paper certificates for citizens, for the learner. I mean, they allow, for example, to build an online portfolio to track their learning, so it supports really lifelong learning. They can, of course, use these credentials to apply for a job or to further learning, to further studies, to training, and they can also have their credentials verified at any point, and we will come to this a bit later. Then learning organizations, including education and training providers, they can, of course, build digital credentials. They can, if they apply this as a standard process of issuing credentials, in the longer term, they can reduce costs after initial investment. So that makes it attractive also for education and training institutions. And they can also, if everybody is doing this, more easily understand qualifications from other countries, including other member states. And you must understand, in the context of the EU, 27 member states and a couple of other countries in the process, there we have free movement of learners, we have free movement of workers in a multilingual setting. And we believe that digital credentialing can really make it much easier to understand qualifications of somebody, whether applying for another country for work or also for learning. Then employers can, of course, reduce time and cost of processing applications, and they can also better understand credentials from other countries where they don't know so much the qualifications. And thirdly, they can check, and we will demonstrate how that works, they can check the authenticity of the credential that is presented to them, because we have infrastructure that includes a verification function automatically when you open a credential issued through the system. Now I move on. I don't manage to get control of the presentation. So things really for forwarding, there are not so many slides. Now, what is important is that this work on European digital credentials for learning relates to credentials. So it is about credentials. It's not about what we call qualifications, because it's broader. So it covers qualifications, but also other learning achievements. It can cover activities like participation in classes, participation in learning events. Even we could give you a credential for your participation in the, in the meeting these days. Also, it can be used for assessments like transcript of records, and also for entitlements like the right to enroll in a certain course or the right to exercise a certain profession. EDC tries and aims at covering the broad range of learning credentials. Now we can move now on. And when we talk about a European digital credential for learning, what do we mean exactly by that? Now, you can look at digital credentials as covering two different things. On the one hand, the content, learning outcomes, skills, description of the activities, so really what is the learning about, and then next to that, the envelope. And there you see the identity element, so the person, but also the identity of the institution. There is also the authentication, there is also the delivery policies, so the security aspects are there. What we have been doing in European digital credentials for learning is to cover both and to have data-rich credentials. Yeah. Now, a European digital credential for learning is actually a claim related to the learning achievement of a person, and thus it creates a link between that person, an awarding body, so mostly an educational institution, and a learning achievement, for example, a qualification of a certain level with a certain context and with a certain content, and usually European digital credentials are, they also include the learning outcomes, for example. So it consists of data. It's not just a PDF document that replaces a paper file. It's really data, but not just data, it's structured data in accordance with a particular data model, a data structure. And this is the European learning model. And this device, the European learning model, allows us, or we hope, and we are in discussions with several actors, but the purpose is that this should be the standard data structure at European level for learning. And this makes the interoperability and the understanding across Europe and not just in the country where the qualification was issued. In terms of security, the digital credentials comply with the international standards of verifiable credentials, and they are tamper-proof and secure. And they are also compliant with what is called the General Data Protection Regulation, an EU regulation that regulates an EU law, basically, that regulates data protection. So it's fully compliant with the requirements of that law. And in order to issue them, and we will also come back a bit to that, you need an e-seal. And this means an e-seal, that a seal for a qualification, for a credential that is in line with the EU regulation on digital seals. I come back to that. We can move to the next slide. So in order to implement the idea of European digital credentials for learning, we have been setting up an infrastructure that has several functions. So that allows to issue credentials and of course also to send them to their owners by the body issuing the credentials. Then we have a possibility to store credentials in a wallet, an online or offline wallet. Here the self-sovereign identity comes in. This is up to each individual. Then thirdly, another crucial function is the verification function. So there is, when you open to see an EDC credential, when you open it, you immediately get information about the authenticity and the validity of the credential. And finally, you can easily share the credential with any other person or organization with just one click. So this is the benefit of the learner when the learner applies for a job and so on. Now, a little word about the e-seal, and Ildiko will also refer to it. An e-seal guarantees the origin and integrity of a document, and the e-seal can be done by an awarding body or by a sealing organization. So this is crucial in the context. So this is indeed an internal EU thing, because it's only within the EU that the eIDAS legislation does, of course, apply. Now we can move to the next one. For more the technical people among you, I mean, we are developing a fully fledged infrastructure that is compatible with the international standards of verifiable credentials. We have quite advanced. I think we have a new learning model, the European learning model. We have already that in place, but the new version 3.0, that should be our stable version. That is will also be published on GitHub, so can be consulted and will be open source. That will be available early next year, but we have an operational system already, and we are working on a few elements that we are still missing, namely an archive wallet for awarding bodies, issuing credentials, also a revocation list, and re-signing service and so on. But let's move on there. This is you will get the slides anyway. I would like to point to the importance of the data model that I already referred to. A data model is an abstract data scheme that organizes elements of data, and also such scheme standardizes how these data relate to each other and how they relate to the properties of real world entities. Now, this sounds very abstract, but in concrete terms, it means that we have to agree on how we refer to, I don't know, learning outcomes, or how do we address the title of a qualification, description, and so on. And interoperability in this context means that every country uses the same terms to describe the same things. And for this, we have developed the European learning model. By the way, very much based on the recommendation for the European Qualifications Framework for Lifelong Learning. Let's move on. So, as I said, I referred to the EQF, and I would like to draw to recital 24 of that recommendation, which says that the use of common data structures and common data formats would facilitate the understanding and use of published information on qualifications. So that is really the key to this, and for having this work at European level, so that we have information about qualifications, about courses, about credentials that is understood not just in the country itself, but also beyond. And of course, qualifications will usually be in one language, or sometimes information is published in English as well. But the data structures and the terms that we have in the data model are translated in all 29 languages that are concerned by digital credentials for learning. And that, of course, includes languages that you also use in Africa. So we have a single data model that is used for different applications. This is used for information on qualifications that is shared. So then we talk about the qualifications registers. This is information about courses also. So member states are invited to share information on learning opportunities with the European level. Also, that should follow the data model. Then also the digital credentials need to follow that data model. And we are now discussing with other EU services to use that data model, for everything that relates a bit to learning. Now you have to understand, and you are aware that this is all a new development, because I think 3 or 4 years ago, we would not have talked so much about digital credentialing as we do now. Next slide. So the European learning model includes 250 properties currently to describe organizations, to describe details of the credential owner, to describe achievements, activities, entitlements. So the data model is available on GitHub for those interested. We can perhaps share with you the link in the chat at least, and then this could perhaps be transmitted to the participants who are on location. The new learning model will have more than 400 properties, and we have been working lately with our colleagues who are in charge of another learning model, namely called ELMO, which is a learning model used in the field of higher education. And we are making the European learning model fully compatible with that model on higher education, so that in the longer term, and I would say as from next year, we have a single, de facto a single data model, a single data structure. And this is of great benefits to all learners. And yeah, we think also, by the way, that also a bit more globally, this can of course serve. Then areas of adoption, now you can move on. Our system is operational. So we have several countries that use it to issue qualifications. Croatia has been doing that. Luxembourg is issuing VET qualifications. We have a number of other countries with whom we are discussing. It also can play a real role in, improving the recognition of qualifications, because it makes it so much easier. You don't have the work of checking authenticity of paper documents, for example. So there is a couple of projects working on that. Also Malta, smallest member state of the EU, is issuing transcripts of records. The European, the Erasmus network, so it's an association of students who went on student mobility within Europe. They already use it in order to give certificates to their learners who did follow non-formal learning. And we also have vendors. So those are usually private organizations that develop interoperable credentialing products, solutions that they also sell to parties. They also are making use of the European learning model, because the European learning model is a European semantic standard. Now, if we can now move on, and I think we have now come to the end of my presentation, and I would like to give the floor now to my colleague Ildiko. Ildiko Mazar is working in the support team, helping us, to do the concrete things regarding the infrastructure, but also supporting parties that would like to use the system. And Ildiko is giving a short demonstration to you about how the thing works in practice. So Ildiko.
Thank you very much, Koen. I'm going to share my screen immediately and explain to you briefly how these credentials get from issuing organizations such as universities to their designated recipients, and how they are being used. Koen has already referred to the usability of the various types of credentials. So a person who has a registered Europass account, they can log into their accounts and go to their libraries. And the library contains various document sections where they can store their CVs, they can store cover letters for job applications. There's a separate upload section at the end where you can upload any type of documents, including PDFs, JPEG images, Word documents, anything you like. But there's a particular section that is called certificates and diplomas, where you can store your standard compliant digitally signed credentials. And by standard compliant, I'm referring to the ELM standard compliant credential. These are in their native formats XML files, and they can have various different sizes and shapes. Persons can upload their credentials their wallet address, which is this address of the person, basically their Europass account identifier. They can deposit the credential directly, as if you were transferring money to a bank account, if you know the IBAN number of the bank account, or the credential can be sent to the designated recipients by email, and then the person who receives it can download the attachment, store it offline, or if they wish, they can upload the credential into any standard compliant wallet. And I'm saying any standard compliant wallet because currently there are a few implementers who are developing their own technical solutions. it is perfectly possible. We have the open source code freely available for implementers to customize and install in their own existing infrastructures. But if they prefer, they can always use the freely available Europass service. Europass is the first implementer of the standard. And as you can see, it's incorporated in the Europass service. Now, as you can see, if I quickly scroll over my wallet, there's a great variety of customization for these credentials. And the credentials can be of various different types and shapes. You can have as simple a credential as a certificate of participation. If you go to a couple of days conference like this one, the organizer could issue you a certificate of participation. And in this case, your credential would probably only detail information about the credential holder, the issuing organization, and activities about the information about the activity that took place at the event. Something that Koen mentioned and is very important is that we have these automatic instant authentication and verification checks. Every time a viewer, which is either the holder or a third-party viewer of a credential, opens a credential, they will be able to see if the credential is format compliant, if it has been sealed and hasn't been tampered with since the sealing. If you change a single character in the file and you try to share that document, the seal check will fail. It will check whether the credential is still valid. Some credentials will have to be renewed and expire every 3 or 5 years, like a driver's license. And in some cases, we are still about to develop the revocation. If there's plagiarism or the license of an institution has been removed, a credential can be revoked. And in some specific cases, like qualifications, an institution or a program would have to be accredited, and this accreditation check result would be shown here. Where it's not applicable, this check will be skipped. Other types of credentials could include degrees. That may be more interesting for you. And even for the types of degrees, we can distinguish between types of credentials that are just degrees, and the same credential content could be delivered in the format of a diploma supplement that you may be familiar with. So this standard compliant format, once again, is detailing all the information, the highlighted information about the degree that are in the diploma supplement. But if the credential viewer would like to consult more information about the credential, they can look at the various subsections or tabs of this credential. These could be information about specific learning outcomes, about specific information about the achievements such as EQF and NQF levels, or any other types of levels and using other frameworks. So it doesn't necessarily have to be NQF or an EQF level. The data model allows a great level of flexibility to display levels of education on any standard framework, and other related activities, and even references to external documents. The way I can go to my other tab, but the way you can build a credential is to go to our online credential builder and build a credential from various non-compulsory components. You can use as little or as much as you like. So for example, a sample credential could look like having a title, have a short description. It has to have an issuer organization. It has to have a type. And then alternatively or optionally, you can associate learning achievements, activities, and entitlements to this credential. I'm not going to go into details about this. If you have any questions, we have the support mailbox that was on the last slide of Koen, and you can get in touch with us. But something that is worth highlighting is that our credentials, as Koen mentioned, are multilingual, and issuers can build multilingual credentials by adding any one of the 29 Europass languages and populate the data on the sheet. Some of the data will already be inherited from the original primary language. Others will have to be translated by the user. But once you have this, you are able to proceed to the next step of the issuing process and then add your participant or recipient information, which we are not storing at all, obviously due to GDPR concerns. and then you select the list of the participants you want to send your credential, and just proceed to the sealing step. Once again, I'm not going to show you the entire flow. This could be quite long, but basically the issuing organization or a sealing organization that can seal on behalf of the issuing organization can seal the credentials. Before that, you are not able to send the credential. The credentials compulsory component, one of the compulsory components is the qualified electronic seal or advanced seal. This is where you can designate whether you're sealing on your own behalf or on behalf of somebody else. And then with the steps, you go forward, select your seal, etc., etc. And then one last thing about how you share your credentials. If you are a learner who would like to bundle up various either micro credentials, partial qualifications, or just a portfolio of different credentials that would support your job application or admission application for further studies, you can just select the ones that you would like to share, and then you proceed to sharing the selected credentials by providing information, generating a link, and then sending a link to the person you're sending the sharing the credential with. And you can even justify or adjust the expiry date of the link so that your credentials as a holder or owner will not be available for the third-party viewers for any longer than the period that you specified. This may have been a quick walkthrough, hopefully informative enough. If you have any questions about the process or details, we are at your disposal. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ildiko. Of course, our presentation related very much or relates very much to this to the European to the European context, where for example Ildiko was referring to the Europass platform, and Europass platform was created in 2020 and allows individuals to create an e-portfolio. And also Europass portfolio holders do have a digital wallet automatically, and when they receive this digital credential from the system, that can be with one click stored in that digital wallet. Also the e-seal as such is a European thing. So the big plus of the e-seal is that it gives legal value to the credential. That's why only trusted e-sealing organizations can provide e-seals. Not everybody can do that. Internationally speaking, an interesting option is the fact that on the one hand, you can use EDC directly using the infrastructure. There is also a playground environment that is available and that allows you to freely look a bit at the system and see how it works. On the other hand, there is a possibility to use the standards if you don't want to use the software. And also we have now published EDC, so the infrastructure as open source on GitHub. So if in any of your countries there are developments, and I think this is the case in South Africa, for example, this could be consulted. Yeah, and we are even always, I would say, also available, of course, for a bilateral discussion if that is useful in some situations. If you have further questions and so on, rather to that. Okay, so Eduarda, I think I will head back to you, and we are of course happy to stay here to answer to your questions or to enter into further discussion.
Me now? Yeah, okay. So thank you very much, Koen and Ildiko, for this very detailed, comprehensive presentation going through many aspects. And now I'd like immediately to invite Miriam So Koen and Ildiko, if you would like to stay and get acquainted also with the experience of Zambia, ZAQA, meaning Zambia National Qualifications Authority, Miriam, the CEO, is going to present this specific case. And then in the end, we have a little bit of space for questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Eduardo.
First you touch here, then you have this thing to move. Yeah.
Okay. I can choose
Oh,
this one?
you can.
This one is working? Okay. Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. A bit of a digress. I just had a moment sitting there like 10 minutes ago. Just got communication from home. You see, Eduardo was talking about the stages of different qualifications framework, and Zambia is at the last stage, advanced review process, sometimes of the NQF. So we are going through a review process right now, but we needed our act to be changed because a lot of the things that you do for an NQF have to be in the legislation. So it's been dragging since last year. And yesterday, Cabinet sat and they approved the bill to be introduced in Parliament. So I'm very, very happy. It's a milestone. Yeah. So this means our NQF, hopefully once Parliament approves, will be reviewed. We already have the reviewed framework with the level descriptors, basically to mean that this process now moves quicker. But yeah, back to the topic at hand, the qualifications management information system for us and the electronic certificate, basically implementing what has just been presented by my colleagues, but I think on a small scale and specific to to how we are managing it in terms of the qualifications. And basically, I'm just going to share with you our qualifications management information system and our electronic certificate that comes from this system. This basically is as a result of work that was done in 2016 about the qualifications authority, Zambia Qualifications Authority. We are responsible for implementing the qualifications framework for Zambia. We've been doing this since 2015. Our act was enacted in 2011. It took us 4 years before we could start anything. I'm glad now that we have really progressed. So the trick, like has been said, start. The rest will follow. It becomes easier. So in 2016, we did have a local consultant design our qualifications management information, basically aimed at integrating our learner achievements and the related support services. And to that, we had our QMIS, which was implemented, and we had the electronic certificate that was issued, that is being currently issued through Previsil, with the support of the Technical Committee on Certification and Accreditation. Those in SADC will relate to this. This is the result of concerted effort, collaboration like this, the way we are. It's a result of that. So SAQA had implemented this project, and with the support of the SADC Committee on Certification and Accreditation, a number of members are in here. We as Zambia took up that as a pilot project, as part of the pilot project. And arising from that, we have been able to actually implement the e-certificate in Zambia, and it's working very well for us. I'll go to the details. Just a quick overview. Yes, I think SADC deserves a good clap. And yeah, and to acknowledge Joe Samuels in this, he really pushed for a number of us to go on these projects. It wasn't easy, but it's now worth it because we don't have to do the paperwork that we have been doing before. So this is our landing page of the qualifications framework. You get it on zaqa.gov.zm. We'll give you the credentials. That's how you get to our site. Accessible to everyone. our appropriate authorities, who are the quality assurance bodies, awarding bodies. We have our banks, because the payment platform is online as well. Our staff, we all work, we process everything online. And well, as much as possible, we do have some outliers where we have to get out of the system. And then, of course, the qualification holder. To that, the QMIS keeps for us the database of learner achievements that we have so far. It enables the users to apply for the verification and evaluation services online. So basically, a number of users now, both local for employment purposes and foreign for recognition purposes, they have to apply for this certificate. Increasingly, it's becoming much, much more needed by the various industry and governments, all the stakeholders. Now, most of them, before you become a politician in Zambia, your qualification has to be verified by ourselves. So yeah, so they are able to do that application. And the feedback is the electronic certificate that comes from the system. It's accessible anywhere. So those who want to come into Zambia for immigration purposes and so on are able to make this application from any smart gadget. Payments are made electronically wherever possible, but our country is not completely electronic in terms of payment. So we do have access for people to basically go and make a payment to the bank. And I'll just demonstrate basically what happens. And this gives you a summary of the application process. A user is supposed to apply online, they create their account, they activate it, and so on. They fill the details that they require. They attach the relevant copies. So in there will be their education details, transcripts, and so on. And if there's need for foreign translation, they have to also attach an English translated copy of their certificates, the usual stuff that we ask for all of us. And they always have to put a consent form. And we've also made it in such a way that if their qualification is from, say, the UK, where we need the HEDD, there's a specific consent form. So all those are things that are there. And we give them a reference number, issue an invoice. So when it comes to the payment, they can pay using Visa, so they can pay online. However, as I indicated, that not everyone is able to use Visa. They are able to actually now to do a bank deposit, and then they can share the deposit details with ourselves. We basically are now working on the next steps. As you know, most of our learners, graduates use mobile money, the e-wallets, the mobile wallets. So we are trying to now add that as an additional feature to ensure that wherever they are, they can actually make that payment. So this is what we are working on currently. Then we go back in the back end, we work on the application. Our processing time is 14 days, 14 working days for local qualifications and 30 working days for foreign qualifications. But believe me, it is a tall order. It's easier said than done. Yeah, so anyway, in some cases we manage because the learner achievement record is still under development. So for those that we have, we manage it in the 14 days. Those that we do not have, we really struggle. For the foreign qualifications, we have excellent relationships in certain jurisdictions. In some, it takes us 3 months to just get a response, sometimes even just to get an acknowledgement. And that's why we need these collaborations, these networks. That's why we have the Africa Qualifications Verification Network to help in these issues. And those of you who are on that platform, I think you find it a lot easier for us to get contacts and verifications. So once that is done, a client receives a notification that their qualification has been processed and they can access the e-certificate. And it is a valid ZAQA certificate. Before, we were issuing hard copy certificates, which anybody could easily forge. Or, you know, they can just basically, yeah, effectively it's forged. And so now this e-certificate for us is coming after you've processed your qualification. The applicant is notified by an email. Remember, they've created an account, so they are ready to go to their account and download it from the QMIS. They download their certificate after having signed into their account using the login details, and they will find that it indicates that they can go to a processed application. Once they go there, they click on there, and voila, they get their e-certificate. It comes with a link. They can actually share that link with whoever needs to use it. So when you receive it as a user of this, if I'm looking for a job or I'm applying for school, there's a digital seal there. Which you are able to verify, like we were doing yesterday when we were doing the polls. But these are the certificates we issue: certificate of validation of qualifications. That's for local qualifications. For foreign qualifications, we issue certificates of validation and evaluation. This basically means we need to evaluate for us to be able to recognize your qualification, a foreign qualification. And then where you have a misrepresented qualification or indeed a fraudulent qualification, we issue a notice to reject and validate your qualification. So all these will be in e-format. The features are, it has a digital seal to confirm the outcome of your evaluation in real time. So anyone can access it and confirm that it is authentic. So these are some of the features that my colleagues who just spoke to this. It confirms ZAQA's feedback securely and is accessed from the QMIS. It can easily be shared and accessed from any smart gadget anywhere. So you can even be in an interview, this person shares their e-certificate and you confirm that indeed this is a valid certificate, rather than the old certificate that we had. You photocopy, people don't even know whether that seal which is there is correct. It assists to decrease the real and perceived fraud or loss of certificates. Today in Zambia, one of the news headlines is a former minister's sister was involved in forging a number of certificates and has been arrested by the anti-corruption. So this is still happening, but with this issuance of certificates, it becomes very easy for us to detect. So ZAQA's digital certificate and seals cannot be misrepresented, because you will always have that issue. You issue a certificate because they've also been able to forge the other certificate. They can forge your certificate as a verifying agency. But in this case, with this, you cannot forge. Of course, somebody will forge it, but you are able to actually detect very easy as a user of this certificate. The next steps for us, I think I've alluded to this. We continue to improve the QMIS. It's not operating as efficiently as we want. Of course, the idea is to ease the application process. We continue to add some features there. Adding the mobile money payment platform, very important for us because everyone is moving mobile wallet. So we want to increase that. We're having a lot of graduates that require this service. So this is something that we're actively working on. And very important for us is the reduction of paper. We need to save the forest. We were printing 4 copies each of the certificate. Attached to that are the supporting documents for the client. It was a nightmare. And now we only have 2 checklists that we attach, we process online, everything remains online. Of course, you have to ensure that you have the security, you have to back up your systems. That's very important, otherwise you'd lose everything. So we do have our backups in place, different locations, and with that we are confident to continue providing a service to our clients. So our contacts are there. We are on Twitter, LinkedIn, Facebook, and on our website, you can get us. We're very active on social media. Just click ZAQA, you will find us with something, some update of some sort. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much, Miriam, for this brilliant, very clear presentation.
Thank you.
We didn't expect less in any case. Miriam. So, colleagues, we have now, please, 5 minutes for some questions that are addressed directly to Miriam and also to Koen and Ildiko. Since they are external participants, they might not have the possibility to come a second time for questions. So you see, Koen also gives you congratulations there. Excellent work. So please, either online questions or from the room. We see 2 hands, 3 hands. Let's start. Naveen, you were the first.
Thank you to the two speakers. Really very interesting points raised. I think also in terms of what are the implications to the work that we are all doing in each of our countries. I'm not even sure whether it's a question or a comment. I had 2 very quickly, Eduardo, if I may. The one thing with the e-pass that was talked about with the earlier speakers, I'm very interested, the moment we talk about digital credentialing, of course, the question for us here, sitting here and other places, is the implications of that for the global south. For want of a better word, I'm using the word global south. I am aware, and I know James Skibby is up there, so I know there has been work by Maureen and James Skibby, I think so, talking about these new forms of inequality that can emerge because of the whole area of the challenges with digitization, and linked to it, Miriam, you spoke about it. I mean, and in South Africa, with all the issues around electricity and the lack of, and all this, and we are also noticed in the work of the AQV and the difficulties in communications. I think that is something, and I don't remember, but some years ago, talked about this new form of inequality. So I don't think it's a question, it's just a comment I wanted to put out there. I will put it on the board.
Small questions.
Yes.
For the speakers who have to leave.
Okay. Well, then in the comments, I'll just put it out there, and then we can take it from there. Eduardo, thank you so much.
Thank you, Marie. Maxwell and Abdullahi, as also Professora and Amilcar. So, quick questions, if you don't mind, because they are for the speakers who have to go. Thank you.
Yeah.
First, it's Maxwell from Ghana.
Yeah, thank you. Great presentation, Miriam. Thank you for that presentation. I just want to know how you have been dealing with payment for the services of HEDD in UK. Yeah.
Okay. I'll answer that. Okay, quickly, HEDD, we have a Visa card, so it's easy for us. We have an account and we pay by Visa. So immediately we get payment with our bank. They've issued an institutional Visa card, which is obviously securely held. So a request is submitted on their platform, and somebody in accounts then processes the payment, and we immediately receive the feedback. That doesn't generally take too long as we have attached the relevant supporting documentation they require.
Thank you. Thank you. Abdullahi?
Okay, thank you very much, Eduarda. I just have one quick question. First of all, I want to thank the online presenters for the good job, and Miriam for the great presentation. Well done. My question is for the 3 presenters. As we know, e-certificate or digital credential is used online process. Now, I know that you are using a technology seal, digital seal to protect, but we are wondering if a digital seal is efficient, because we have also the blockchain technology who is better, who is very efficient in protecting data, online data. So what about your strategy regarding the protection against fraud or cyber criminality? Thank you.
So that's an important question on security addressed to both let's say parts of the session, to EDCL and also ZACWA. So thanks. Koen and Ildiko, you can also address the question.
Yeah, I don't know who wants to be first. I opened my microphone so I can say something about this. So for European Digital Credentials for Learning, we do indeed require at this moment the e-seal that is in line with the with legislation. But of course, there are developments ongoing. There is also work in the context of the European blockchain service infrastructure, and under that infrastructure, there is a diploma use case. And under that, there is a pilot. 21 universities are piloting indeed with the blockchain in several things. By the way, also that diploma case uses those pilots. Most of them also use the semantic standard of the European learning model. We will be also thinking and working probably towards the use of blockchain in the context of the European Digital Credentials for Learning, not necessarily for everything, because you do not necessarily need it, we believe, for all, digital credentials. They require also different levels of security depending on what they are. Hey, if I have a participating certificate of participation in a course, this is of a different nature than a university degree, but we are working towards that. So we are also working with that other service that is working on it. I think at the same time, it's good also to realize this is new territory. Piloting is taking place. We need to draw the lessons from the pilots. When you talk about blockchain, you also have to consider on what you put on the blockchain, because blockchain also has these energy issues. So you shouldn't put too much information on the blockchain. But we are working towards that. So it's an excellent question. And I think in future, the way I would see EDC is that blockchain could be an option, but not an obligation, but certainly an option. And in IT terms, also this means that we have to work towards JSON language for the IT experts among you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Koen. You don't have any addition? Okay, thank you. Then we have Professora Maria Luisa and Amilcar, and they are going to speak in Portuguese. Koen and so please switch, select your preferred language in Zoom, and Miriam is taking an interpretation device. Ok. Ok, já pode. Obrigada.
Sim, muito obrigada.
Sim, já pode.
Sim, obrigada, professora Eduarda. Vou fazer alguns comentários e dentro espero poder colocar a minha questão, mas primeiro também queria agradecer pelas duas apresentações. Na minha percepção, vão dentro mesmo da abordagem ecossistêmica do quadro nacional. E em relação a isso, queria focar sobre o aspecto relacionado com os benefícios que foi apresentado por Koen. Eu estava cá refletindo, né, que talvez um dos benefícios que poderia ser explicitado no primeiro e terceiro benefício poderia ser mesmo a questão da mobilidade. A questão da mobilidade, que facilita a mobilidade de estudantes e profissionais diante das atuais crises, seja climáticas quanto político-econômicas. Vimos agora a questão da guerra da Rússia, então eu penso que é um grande recurso a questão do certificado digital. E o outro aspecto é um pouco mais estratégico-político. O Koen fazia referência ao fato de que a certificação digital se enquadra no plano de ação da digitalização na União Europeia. Então, para nós também acho que era necessário trazermos um percurso estratégico operacional, tanto na visão africana, com o exemplo da Zâmbia aqui, quanto da visão europeia, porque acho que é isso que é importante para sabermos qual é o roteiro que cada um de nós pode seguir neste processo. E eram apenas essas questões que eu queria deixar e comentar. Obrigada.
Muito obrigada, professora. So thank you very much, Professor. Obrigada. So Koen and Miriam, there was here a very interesting remark about a strategic approach, let's say, a strategic plan and approach to this big issue of digitalization. That's perfect, and also on the benefits. And there is Amilcar also. Amilcar is also going to speak in Portuguese, Koen and Miriam. Miriam already knows some Portuguese. Every day, a few words more.
Ok, muito obrigado, Eduardo. Bom, eu vou fazer duas questões. Eu queria primeiro parabenizar pela excelente explanação feita pelos dois oradores. A minha primeira questão vai para o Sr. Kuhn. Eu queria, em poucas palavras, se ele podia explicar como é que é o processo de governança e de garantia de qualidade na atribuição dos credenciais, por exemplo, na Europa. Primeira pergunta. E para a segunda oradora, eu queria era mais em relação ao processo, saber como é que eles fazem a gestão do processo de equivalência quando esse processo online, quando a entidade, por exemplo, que emitiu o certificado já não existe. Muitas das vezes nós temos esse problema em saber a veracidade dos certificados e no outro país enviamos e-mails e não conseguimos obter o feedback. E saber mais ou menos como é que eles fazem essa gestão desses processos.
Yeah, it was. Yeah. I'll answer very quickly, the last one, and then I'll let Con take over. In terms of non-response, basically that's what you're saying in the recognition process. We are yet to have a clear policy on that, because we find ourselves in a situation where the clients, when we tell them, our standard policy at the moment is to engage the client and inform them that we are not able to offer them this service. But because they need it for a particular thing, they need to get the response. So we ask for extended time. And in that period, what we endeavor to do is to establish the different ways of accessing information in that jurisdiction. So we are yet to find a situation where we've completely not been able to find evidence about the existence of an institution or information about its quality assurance and so on. You find that even for very old institutions, it's taken us a little bit long, but we've eventually managed to get some information about the accreditation of the institution, because that's the first thing that we do. You find institutions that were the old ones, and now they don't even exist. But in most jurisdictions, we find that their records have been transferred to another institution. There's some information in the archives somewhere. Believe it, even in Africa, they have. It's just that it takes you longer to get that feedback, but eventually it does. And when we do finally get that, we will get in touch with the client. However, we've had probably one or two situations where it has really taken a long time. Our policy, what we want, what we've been discussing, is that after a certain period of time, which we will agree, is to be able to advise the client that we are not able to provide the service. And this is part of the regulations that we've put in this current bill, which I was talking about. So this is something so that we do not take too long, because the expectation, we say 30 days, and then we take longer. So basically, I think that's how to cover yourself, because you will not always get the responses. Thank you.
Thank you, Miriam. And now, Koen, if you could join for your question, which is more about, in brief terms, the governance and quality assurance of the EDCL process.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Eduardo. Thanks also for that very relevant question. So what we have been building at European level is this infrastructure and the software for the digital credentials for learning. And why is that important? Because we have built this, but this is available for parties in the different EU member states and to issue their digital credentials. So there are several quality aspects, because the quality is, of course, in the infrastructure itself. So the reason we are doing this is that we are working on the basis of a legal act, the Europass decision that was agreed by the Council of Ministers and the European Parliament, that provides us the legal base to work on an infrastructure for authentication of learning achievement, which finally has become European Digital Credentials for Learning. And this is also under scrutiny of an advisory group that follows up on that decision, and that is also constantly informed. Now, element of quality is the quality of the infrastructure itself. So it has to comply, of course, with EU law, in particular the law on data protection, but also with all the rules that we had. And I think Miriam also referred to that, to IT governance. So we are part of the IT governance system, so you wish, of the European Commission, and that is, I would say, under scrutiny of any hacker in the world. So that's an element of quality. But there are then, of course, the users of the infrastructure. And for example, member states that wish to issue certain qualifications, for example, so they are responsible for issuing those qualifications. What we have built into the infrastructure is, in particular, again, is the data model. So you have all these categories that you need to comply with. In future also, it may be that the identity of the person will be coming directly from the digital identity card. So this is a possible development for the future. We also have included in the infrastructure accreditation. So when you have accredited institutions, it would be preferable to have that accreditation information in your system, so that also the credential refers and contains information about the accreditation status. And this is the case usually with universities. And here we draw on information coming from, and we are interoperable with, the database of the European Quality Assurance Register in the field of higher education. Then the quality is also, the learning model is important for the quality, because it is very rich in content terms and includes also the obligation to have the learning outcomes there. And in the future, as we have the learning model as a standard reference, we think it's very important to have a specific governance structure for that learning model. And we are now exploring possible options for that governance, because we feel that if you have such a data structure that is so overall and encompassing, you need to have the buy-in of the different stakeholders. And then you talk, of course, about the government stakeholders, but you also talk about education and training stakeholders that are also very strong in the European context. You also talk finally about labor market stakeholders. So those are a few elements of reply. I think finally, the system is in place, but we are constantly further developing it, and to be in line also, with the latest developments.
Thank
That's
you.
what I can say.
Thank you.
So maybe,
Thank you.
Eduardo,
Yes,
just
yes.
to acknowledge what Maria Luisa mentioned in terms of the benefits of the e-certificate, and that yes, mobility is is one of the key benefits that arise from the e-certificate, because it can be shared with anyone, anywhere, and it's much easier. Yeah,
it's fair and
especially
easier.
even people who are looking for work permits, study permits, and so on, it's so much easier because you have now, with COVID, the blended
Yes.
learning, people are applying, across borders. So to just ease the application process, it's so much easier to share that.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you very much. Let us give a round of applause to our speakers. And I think this was a very interesting session. This demonstrated also by the number of questions, comments. I see people going to the board with their comments. So thank you very much. Thank you, Koen and Ildiko. It was excellent. I've been in many of these presentations and there was a lot more today to learn. Thank you very much. So colleagues, now we have our lunch. We are, of course, late, so let us give ourselves then a little bit more time. Let us come back instead of 1:30 at 1:40. Is that okay? Do we all agree? Sorry? Instead of 13:30, 13:40, 10 minutes more for lunch. So it will be, we will have then 50 minutes for lunch. If you prefer to have just an entire hour, okay. I suggest that we come back at 13:50. Yes? Okay. Then 45, sorry. 13:45. Sorry. 45, not 50. Yes, the lunch is just here. It's very easy. It's just here. Thank you. issues, perspectives of their NQF. So if anyone else would like to share some any information during this last session, 5-10 minutes without presentation, just simply sharing, please, just let me know. So, Olavo, muito obrigada. A palavra é de ouro, o silêncio é de prata. Obrigada, Olavo, desde já.
Muito obrigada, Eduarda, com muito prazer. Volto...
Podes usar isto, se quiseres.
Não, estou a usar este.
Okay.
Dizia com muito prazer, estou aqui outra vez para partilhar um pouco sobre este novo tema, que é o desenvolvimento de qualificações profissionais.
Consegue? Tens que dar vida ao coisa. E agora é que isso funciona. Tu podes usar esta coisa.
Não, deixa aqui. Os principais tópicos desta sessão são qualificações, recordar conceitos, criar qualificações, processos gerais, qualificações profissionais, as principais etapas. Vamos falar um bocadinho sobre a abordagem por competência, que é um tema sempre fascinante, e também ver um bocadinho o papel do formador. Recordando os conceitos, nós temos que a qualificação normalmente é visto como um resultado formal de um processo de avaliação e validação obtido quando uma autoridade competente determina que uma pessoa alcançou resultados da aprendizagem de acordo com determinadas normas, não é? Esse aqui é o conceito básico que existe à volta da qualificação. E esse conceito remete-nos para aquilo que são a certificação das qualificações profissionais, a certificação das qualificações académicas, das qualificações escolares, e se calhar faltava aqui também introduzir qualificações que são obtidas ao longo da vida. É uma pequena falha que não está aqui, mas é bom recordar que também as pessoas adquirem qualificações ao longo da vida, no trabalho, com a aprendizagem, enfim, de forma informal ou de forma não formal. Vamos centrar-nos agora sobre o que é que são esses resultados da aprendizagem de acordo com determinadas normas. Que normas é que são essas? Essas normas normalmente são as competências ou então os descritores. Não? Nós conhecemos basicamente 3: conhecimentos ou saberes, habilidades ou aptidões, atitudes, responsabilidades e autonomias. Essas são normalmente aqueles três grandes descritores que existem na maioria dos quadros. A questão que se levanta é a seguinte: esses descritores não são obrigatórios, quer dizer, cada país pode querer ajuntar outros descritores ou quererá ter outros descritores. Mas esses são aqueles que são usuais. Portanto, são normas que já estão basicamente determinadas. Outras normas que podem estar também determinadas são as vias como as pessoas adquirem a qualificação. Adquire-se a qualificação por via de processos formativos normais, através das escolas, universidades, centros de formação, ambiente de trabalho, etc. Mas pode-se também adquirir a qualificação através de processos de reconhecimento de resultados da aprendizagem, proveniente de experiências de trabalho ou experiência de vida. Então, aquilo que muitas vezes se chamam reconhecimento, validação e certificação de competências, não é? O RVCC. Reconhecimento, validação e certificação de competências. Elaborar, renovar qualificações. Esse é um processo que normalmente tem a ver também com a garantia da qualidade. E esse processo começa primeiro pela justificação da qualificação, pela elaboração da qualificação, pela sua validação e aprovação, e a validação aqui temos que contar com as empresas, sobretudo, e com os representantes dos trabalhadores. Depois segue-se a fase de implementação da qualificação e, por último, pode haver também lugar ao processo de revisão das qualificações. Há bocadinhos o Amílcar estava a mostrar-me uma lista que eles têm, normalmente, agora, de qualificações que já tinham sido feitas há alguns anos atrás e que agora estão a rever. Normalmente as qualificações têm um período de vida de mais ou menos 4 anos, porque o mundo muda, as tecnologias mudam, as informações mudam, os contextos organizacionais de trabalho mudam, portanto é preciso sempre estar a adaptar as qualificações aos novos contextos. O organismo responsável pela certificação normalmente estabelece um conjunto de regras ou de normas que têm a ver com a qualidade para a concepção e formulação das qualificações. Isso tem a ver, sobretudo, com a necessidade das qualificações, aquilo que o mercado precisa num determinado momento, tem a ver com a consulta das partes interessadas. Eventualmente essa consulta é feita pelo organismo, ou organismo de licenciamento, ou organismos profissionais. Portanto, as empresas aqui também têm um papel muito importante a dizer que qualificações são necessárias numa determinada fase ou numa determinada conjuntura para o setor econômico e produtivo. A especificação que cumprem requisitos, normalmente as qualificações têm que responder a determinados requisitos que estão previstos no quadro nacional de qualificações. São aqueles requisitos que têm a ver com aqueles descritores, o conhecimento, as habilidades, atitudes e responsabilidades, etc. E por último, a especificação se satisfaz a normas de qualidade relativas às qualificações. Ou seja, nós não queremos fazer qualificações que não tenham qualidade, mas para sabermos se tem qualidade é preciso que haja normas que garantam essa qualidade. Portanto, esses passos são fundamentais para a elaboração de qualificações e o organismo responsável pela elaboração de qualificações deve estar atento a esse processo. Há questões de concepção que são muito importantes e aqui nós vemos duas questões fundamentais. A questão da concepção quando abrange, por exemplo, um modelo específico de qualificação. Portanto, as qualificações normalmente de cada país têm modelos específicos. A capacidade do redator para conceber e completar as qualificações específicas. Portanto, a qualificação normalmente é feita com um grupo de profissionais, mas muitas vezes esses profissionais não conhecem toda a metodologia. Então, essa metodologia é dirigida por alguém que a conhece, que sabe. Normalmente, hoje em dia, há muitos especialistas que fazem esse tipo de trabalho e os grupos técnicos, por exemplo, os formadores dos centros de formação, os técnicos das empresas, são acompanhados por esse especialista que conhece a metodologia. Eles trazem o conhecimento que têm de como fazer as coisas, mas não conseguem, às vezes, passá-lo para o papel. O papel do especialista é ajudá-los a trazer os conhecimentos que têm para passá-lo no papel, de modo que aquilo seja uma qualificação que esteja integrada no catálogo. O envolvimento significativo das partes interessadas. Partes interessadas aqui estamos a falar sobretudo das empresas, do setor produtivo, econômico e produtivo, e também dos sindicatos, ou seja, os representantes dos trabalhadores. E a capacidade de redigir os documentos de acordo com os resultados da aprendizagem, ou seja, todos os critérios que devem preencher a qualificação devem ser preenchidos. Há uma outra questão que é a questão da aprovação. A questão da aprovação tem a ver com a capacidade da autoridade responsável para avaliar aquelas especificações da qualificação, para fornecer informações críticas no seu melhoramento e se ele preenche de facto os requisitos que o quadro nacional de qualificações estabelece como normas de qualidade. E, por último, o financiamento adequado da autoridade responsável. A autoridade responsável para a elaboração das qualificações tem que ter recursos suficientes para poder fazer uma qualificação ou mandar fazer uma qualificação. Normalmente, quando nós estamos a falar na elaboração de qualificações, nós distinguimos essas 3 etapas fundamentais. Há uma etapa que é uma etapa de elaboração do estudo sectorial, há uma etapa da elaboração dos referenciais de competência e há uma etapa de elaboração de referenciais. Entre a segunda e a terceira etapa, cada uma delas é complementada com um processo que se chama validação interna ou validação externa. quando nós dizemos estudo de âmbito sectorial, nós podemos imaginar, por exemplo, uma família profissional ou um setor econômico produtivo. Por exemplo, a metalurgia e metalomecânica ou, por exemplo, a eletricidade. Para nós desenvolvermos qualificações nesta área, é preciso elaborar um estudo sobre aquele setor da atividade econômica em concreto. É preciso conhecer o setor, saber qual é que é a evolução do setor, que empresas que existem naquele setor, que tecnologias é que a empresa utiliza. Porquê? Porque o que nós queremos alcançar com esse estudo é caracterizar o setor, identificar todas as profissões existentes naquele setor e, daquela lista das profissões que nós identificamos, alistar aquelas qualificações que são prioritárias. Por exemplo, no setor da eletricidade, nós podemos encontrar 50 profissões. Pode existir 50 ou mais de 50, mas para a autoridade que está a fazer a qualificação, pode não ter recursos naquele momento de fazer todas as qualificação para todas aquelas profissões. Então ele vai dizer, ok, eu vou nesta profissão, nesta lista de profissão, eu vou fazer só 5 qualificações. Mas o estudo sectorial já identificou 50 profissões. As 45 podem ser feitas depois. O importante é que haja essa lista de profissões e elas podem servir de referência para o futuro, para a realização de novas qualificações. Portanto, o estudo sectorial tem esse objetivo: caracterizar o setor, identificar as profissões existentes e alistar as qualificações prioritárias. Este é mais ou menos o resumo daquilo que eu disse. Portanto, o estudo vai analisar a trajetória da evolução recente e a evolução e atender às demandas futuras de uma determinada família profissional ou de um determinado setor produtivo, vai identificar o conjunto de profissões relevantes na respectiva família ou setor produtivo e vai propor as qualificações a desenvolver ao longo do tempo. A segunda etapa é a etapa da elaboração dos referenciais de competência. O objetivo aqui é, sobretudo, identificar aquilo que se chama referenciais de competência. E os referenciais de competência têm a ver com a designação da qualificação e o respectivo código. É preciso que cada qualificação tenha um código. Nós podemos depois, se calhar, ver nos sites, por exemplo, do Sistema Nacional de Qualificações de Cabo Verde, ou da ANQEP, ou mesmo da África do Sul, podemos ver que cada qualificação tem um código específico. O nível da qualificação é preciso também que esteja refletido no referencial de competência, ou seja, o referencial de competência já traz o nível de qualificação, a carga horária de referência para aquela qualificação profissional, um campo de observação que vai referir às condições específicas do acesso àquela qualificação e as condições de acesso ao exercício da profissão. É claro que para se fazer uma determinada qualificação num determinado nível, é preciso que haja determinados requisitos. E esses requisitos podem estar formulados no referencial de competências. O referencial de competências descreve também de forma genérica a qualificação profissional numa lógica de perfil profissional, ou seja, numa lógica de missão. O referencial de competências descreve também um conjunto de atividades associadas àquela qualificação profissional. E, por último, a unidade de competência apresenta também os resultados da aprendizagem. Portanto, os referenciais de competência são sobretudo para definir, identificar e definir aquilo que nós chamamos as unidades de competência. Um referencial de competência tem um conjunto de unidades de competência, daqui a pouco vamos mostrar isso de forma mais detalhada, e cada uma dessas unidades de competência vão se juntando, depois vão se transformando em módulos formativos. Validação dos referenciais de competência. Quando normalmente se fazem os referenciais de competência, eles têm que ser validados. Eles têm que ser validados pela entidade gestora do Sistema Nacional de Qualificações, tem que ser validado pelas instituições do ensino técnico e da formação profissional, por outros agentes da administração pública. Por exemplo, se estamos a desenvolver uma qualificação de cuidador, é muito normal que tenhamos na validação o Ministério da Família ou o Ministério da Ação Social. Os representantes das empresas, por exemplo, se nós temos uma qualificação de eletricidade, é normal que tenhamos na validação empresas ligadas à eletricidade. E representantes também dos trabalhadores. Se for, por exemplo, na metalurgia, podemos ter na validação representantes dos sindicatos ligados aos metalúrgicos e, às vezes, também representantes da própria sociedade civil. A experiência que, pelo menos aquela que eu tenho vivido muito de perto, é que em muitas qualificações que têm a ver com ações sociais, nós chamamos muitas vezes as ONGs que trabalham no âmbito social para fazerem parte do grupo que fazem a validação das qualificações que têm a ver com a ação social. Por exemplo, as qualificações de cuidador em Cabo Verde contaram com a validação de muitas ONGs que trabalham ligada... Há um feedback aqui muito estranho. Yeah. Muitas associações ou ONGs que trabalham no setor social estiveram conosco para fazer essa validação interna dos referenciais. Ora, uma vez terminado a validação interna e externa dos referenciais de competência, nós passamos então à terceira fase, que é a fase da elaboração dos referenciais de formação. Os referenciais de formação são, sobretudo, para elaborar. Os referenciais de formação são, sobretudo, importantes porque a partir desses referenciais de formação é que nós, então, desenhamos o programa formativo para a qualificação. O objetivo aqui é o quê? É, sobretudo, estruturar as unidades formativas, estabelecer os objetivos da aprendizagem, estabelecer os conteúdos da formação com uma sequência pedagógica, associar as unidades formativas às unidades de competência definidas para qualificação, ou seja, numa componente tecnológica e profissional, e estabelecer a carga horária adequada ao cumprimento dos objetivos daquela unidade de competência a que estão associadas. Esta fase também é uma fase muito importante e que carece também de validação, tal como a outra. E a validação aqui tem que ser feita pelas mesmas entidades que fizeram a validação das unidades de competência, ou seja, dos referenciais de competência. Eu não posso começar um processo de elaboração de qualificações tendo na validação interna e externa um grupo específico e, quando passar para os referenciais, ter um outro grupo específico. Isso não pode. Isso é uma grande incoerência em todo o trabalho e pode comprometer todo o trabalho que eu estou a fazer. Portanto, a validação interna e externa, tanto dos referenciais de competência como os referenciais de formação, devem ser feitos pelo mesmo grupo de trabalho. Aquele grupo com quem eu iniciei é aquele grupo que vai até ao fim da elaboração da qualificação. Por último, nós teríamos mais ou menos esse tipo de esquema aqui. Reparem que as unidades de competência, numa primeira coluna nós temos o referencial de competências, na segunda coluna nós teríamos o referencial de formação e na terceira coluna nós teríamos o programa formativo. Cada unidade de competência pode transformar-se numa unidade formativa de curta duração. Portanto, o que está verde, nós temos aqui, por exemplo, 4 unidades de competência. Cada uma delas é uma unidade formativa de curta duração e todas elas juntas, ou seja, o pacote é um programa formativo. A segunda possibilidade, podemos ter 2 unidades de competência, podem transformar-se numa única unidade formativa de curta duração e ela mesma também ser um programa formativo. E a terceira possibilidade é nós termos uma pequena unidade de competência, que normalmente é uma única unidade formativa e é ao mesmo tempo um módulo formativo. Esse, por exemplo, quando nós estamos a fazer as qualificações, esse último módulo normalmente é aquele que tem a ver com saúde, segurança e higiene no trabalho, não? Ele normalmente é uma unidade de competência que ao mesmo tempo se transforma numa unidade formativa de curta duração, mas também é ao mesmo tempo um módulo formativo. É uma coisa de mais ou menos 30 horas por aí. Portanto, há essas três possibilidades que nós temos e é bom que nós tenhamos claro o que é um referencial de competências, o que é um referencial de formação e o que é um programa formativo. Porque isto aqui segue uma lógica de coerência e, como eu disse, a validação do referencial de competência tem que ser o mesmo grupo que fez a validação interna e externa do referencial de competência, deve ser este mesmo grupo a fazer a validação externa do referencial de formação. Depois esse referencial de formação é transformado num programa formativo. Esse programa formativo é aplicado então nas escolas do ensino secundário técnico secundário, é aplicado nos centros de formação, em qualquer outro espaço formativo. Portanto, resumindo, as qualificações profissionais podem ser feitas com base naquilo que nós chamamos a abordagem por competência. E a abordagem por competência é um tema muito interessante, mas também é um tema muito sensível e normalmente ele apresenta-se algumas resistências. Eu pessoalmente defendo muito a abordagem por competência, mas eu aceito, com todo o respeito, que há críticas que se podem fazer, mas, no entanto, eu defendo a abordagem por competência e vou tentar apresentar os meus argumentos, porque é que eu o defendo. E os meus argumentos passam pelo seguinte: por comparar a abordagem por competência com aquilo que é a abordagem tradicional. A abordagem tradicional normalmente tem um objetivo. O objetivo é transmissão de conceitos, de ideias e procedimentos recebidos. Essa é, normalmente, aquilo que é a abordagem tradicional. A abordagem por competência, o objetivo é um bocadinho diferente. O objetivo da abordagem por competência é que ela procura superar a concepção de quem aprende, ou seja, do formando, como receptor da informação ou reprodutor de técnicas, para dar lugar a um formando ou aprendente, construtor do seu conhecimento a partir da reflexão sobre a sua própria prática. Esta é a diferença fundamental que eu vejo entre a formação tradicional, onde o objetivo é simplesmente transmitir ideias, procedimentos e coisas recebidas, com a abordagem por competente, onde nós pretendemos que o próprio formando seja ele construtor do seu conhecimento a partir da reflexão da sua própria prática. Esta é a principal diferença. Por que que se defende muito hoje em dia a abordagem por competência nos processos formativos? Porque as novas formas de trabalho e a necessidade de muitas pessoas de mudarem às vezes do espaço, de mudarem várias vezes, de mudarem de ocupações e de adaptar-se a situações inesperadas. E essas mudanças exigem capacidades que ultrapassam as competências que normalmente são proporcionadas pela formação convencional ou a formação tradicional. Portanto, essa capacidade que a pessoa deve ter de sempre adaptar-se a novos contextos, ela não é muitas vezes transmitida na formação convencional ou na formação tradicional, mas ela tem muito a ver hoje em dia com a abordagem por competência. Outra coisa importante é que a abordagem por competência permite uma relação direta entre as competências requeridas e os conteúdos dos programas de formação. Vous avez dit quelque chose? Merci. A abordagem por competência permite uma relação direta entre as competências requeridas e os conteúdos dos programas de formação. E vamos ver como é que isso funciona entre a oferta da formação ou da qualificação e a procura da formação ou qualificação. Normalmente, os provedores da formação, ou seja, quem do lado da oferta, tem uma referência para adequar os seus programas formativos. E do lado da procura, as pessoas que procuram a formação ou a qualificação têm confiança que ela será adaptada às suas necessidades. Essa é a equação que existe ou que deve existir entre quem procura a formação e quem oferece formação. Quem oferece tem que ter um referencial ou um referencial adequado aos programas formativos de quem procura, e quem procura deve ter confiança que ele vai receber coisas que vão satisfazer as suas necessidades. A abordagem por competência significa que educar é formar mediante a aprendizagem a efetividade do talento humano em todas as suas dimensões, tanto a dimensão intelectual como a dimensão afetiva. Os conhecimentos, em termos de abordagem por competência, os conhecimentos científicos e tecnológicos têm valor quando eles se refletem nas capacidades operativas. Fora dessa capacidade operativa, ela nos parece que é duvidosa. A competência laboral é o resultado, não é uma soma de conhecimentos. Não é uma soma de conhecimentos, de habilidades, de atitudes isoladas, mas sim, ela é uma competência, ela é um resultado global, não é um conjunto de coisas que são somadas, são adicionadas e são adaptadas. E depois, a melhor forma de aprender os conhecimentos científicos e tecnológicos é descobri-los a cada dia, é redescobri-lo na prática. Não é ensinando as pessoas conhecimentos científicos e tecnológicos que elas vão apropriar-se de todas elas, mas elas têm que, na prática, descobrir por elas mesmas. Portanto, essa é uma grande diferença em relação àquilo que é a abordagem tradicional ou convencional. Nós temos aqui duas colunas que mais ou menos fazem o contraste daquilo que é a formação tradicional com um quadro do Sistema Nacional de Qualificações elaborado com a perspectiva da abordagem por competência. A formação tradicional normalmente ela é longa, ela é de longa duração, mas quando nós fazemos uma qualificação para um quadro nacional de qualificações na abordagem por competência, nós fazemos a formação de modo modular. E há muita mais vantagem em fazer formação de modo modular do que ter uma formação de longa duração. Todos nós sabemos. Às vezes um jovem ou uma pessoa qualquer não quer fazer toda a formação. Ele quer fazer só um módulo específico de formação, não é? Eu posso dar-vos um exemplo aqui que pode parecer muito comovente, mas é um exemplo que existiu e que eu conheço. E posso partilhar convosco. Um senhor tinha um centro de formação profissional de pedreiro para construção civil. E uma pessoa lhe ligou um dia à tarde e dizer, olha, eu queria fazer um módulo de ladrilho. Ladrilho é colocar mosaicos no chão. O senhor disse, não, a formação é de 1.200 horas para ter... Ele disse, mas eu não quero toda a formação. O senhor disse, mas a formação é assim que está estabelecida. Ele disse, mas eu não quero, eu só quero aprender a colocar mosaicos. Pois o senhor disse, então passa cá amanhã, nós vamos ver como fazer. No outro dia, quando ele foi lá, ele entrou na sala do senhor num carrinho de rodas. Ele era paraplégico. Ele não podia subir nos andaimes para fazer paredes. Não lhe interessava aprender aquilo, ele não tinha condições. Mas porque a formação era de longa duração, ele perdeu uma oportunidade. Se a formação fosse modular, ele podia fazer só aquele módulo que ele precisava para ele ter um ingresso no mercado de trabalho. Portanto, a formação, quando é feita de forma modular, tem essa grande vantagem de nós podermos proporcionar à pessoa uma determinada flexibilidade para ele fazer. Ele pode não querer fazer toda a formação durante aquele tempo, ele não tem tempo para fazer aquilo, mas ele quer fazer só um módulo este ano, um outro módulo daqui a 3 meses, daqui a 6 meses e assim por diante. Portanto, esta é uma grande diferença entre as duas abordagens. A segunda diferença tem a ver com os currículos. Os currículos, normalmente, da formação tradicional são currículos, algumas vezes, obsoletos. Não digo todas as vezes, mas muitas vezes são currículos obsoletos. Enquanto que os currículos que são feitos com a abordagem por competência são currículos que normalmente estão atualizados. Nós falamos aqui que os referenciais de formação têm que ser atualizados. Normalmente têm um período de vida de 4 anos. Portanto, na abordagem por competência temos essa possibilidade de atualizar sempre os currículos. A terceira grande diferença tem a ver com a perspectiva em que se vê o aluno, o formando, o aprendente. Na formação tradicional, ele normalmente é um agente passivo, quando na abordagem por competência, o aluno, o aprendente, é um agente ativo. Para o posto de trabalho, a formação tradicional forma as pessoas para um posto de trabalho específico. Já quando a formação feita com a abordagem por competência forma a pessoa para a empregabilidade. Ele forma a pessoa com várias valências em que ele pode adaptar-se ao mundo de trabalho de outra forma. Enquanto que na tradicional nós estamos a formar um pedreiro só para ser pedreiro. Não estamos a formar um pedreiro para que ele faça outra coisa para além do pedreiro. E por último, as habilidades e as destrezas na formação tradicional. É muito diferente quando nós a vemos na perspectiva da abordagem por competência. A abordagem por competência não forma as pessoas só para terem domínios de habilidades e destrezas nesta componente só, mas na abordagem por competência nós estamos a querer formá-lo de forma integral, para que ele possa adaptar-se a novos contextos de trabalho. Por fim, vamos ver o papel do formador. Já falamos do formando, do aluno, do aprendente. Era bom também não esquecermos o papel do formador. Na abordagem tradicional, o formador é simplesmente um transmissor de conhecimento. Ele é um transmissor de habilidades. Ele vai dizer, não, você, enquanto aprendente, tem que saber isso, mais aquilo, mais aquele outro, tem que fazer isso, mais aquilo, mais aquele outro. Na abordagem por competência é um bocadinho diferente. O papel do formador muda. O papel do formador é um papel de gestor de capacidades laborais. Ele consegue ver que o formando, o aluno, o aprendente, tem capacidades e ele deve gerir, ajudá-lo a gerir essas capacidades laborais que ele tem. O formador, na abordagem por competência, é um promotor de adaptação às mudanças que ocorrem no mundo do trabalho, na organização de trabalho. Ele é um promotor de resolução de situações complexas que aparecem no mundo do trabalho, no cotidiano do trabalhador. Portanto, essas são as principais diferenças que existem em termos do papel do formador quando nós estamos a comparar a abordagem tradicional com a abordagem por competência. Portanto, a abordagem por competência deve assumir que a capacidade de aprender é um fator cada vez mais importante nas organizações. As organizações não precisam de pessoas que já sabem tudo, mas as organizações precisam de pessoas que tenham ainda capacidade para aprender mais. É preciso assumir que aprender com eficácia é aprender fazendo no contexto real de trabalho. O contexto real de trabalho nos vai ensinando cada dia que passa como fazer, por que fazer, quando fazer. Portanto, a abordagem por competência tem essas duas virtudes muito importantes. A capacidade de aprender é cada vez mais importante para as organizações e aprender com eficácia é aprender fazendo em contexto real de trabalho, na prática do dia a dia. Uma formação baseada em competências possui pelo menos essas 6 características básicas. Eduarda, já estou quase a terminar, está bem? Já estou. Tá, obrigado. Características básicas. Os resultados da aprendizagem definidos de maneira explícita correspondendo a critérios de desempenho conhecidos pelos aprendentes. Ou seja, o formando, quando vai à formação, quando procura uma qualificação, ele já conhece a priori quais são os critérios de desempenho que ele tem que preencher. O tempo também é um tempo flexível, porque a formação é feita de forma modular, a aprendizagem é feita de forma modular. A pedagogia é adaptada ao estilo da aprendizagem do aprendente, não é adaptada ao estilo daquilo que a escola quer, o centro de formação quer, mas é aquilo que o aprendente é capaz de aprender. Uma medida de avaliação cujos critérios se baseiam na estimativa dos resultados requeridos, a certificação que seja feita com base na demonstração de resultados adquiridos. Portanto, a certificação é uma coisa muito importante. Ela deriva da avaliação. E essa avaliação tem que ser demonstrada, essa avaliação tem que demonstrar resultados adquiridos. E, por último, o programa de formação, que é flexível e é atualizado. Doutora Eduarda, acho que vou ficar por aqui. Espero poder ter passado uma mensagem, embora ainda que soft, não. Disseram aqui soft skill, não?
Fica aí, fica aí. Muito obrigada, Olavo. Acho que foi muito claro e exaustivo. So I think this time Olavo has done a very good job in terms of time management, which is one of the soft skills, transversal skills. And he managed with shorter time, because we started later, to actually talk about all these important issues, including the APC, l'approche par compétence. And we have very good specialists in approach par compétence here in the room, several. And so thanks very much. We have time, sufficient time for discussion. And we have what we have prepared and would like to propose is, we have 4 questions prepared, and Erica will show them via the Mentimeter, because we save time by doing this. But let us still have, let's say, 10-15 minutes for your questions here from the room. I'm looking at Sierra Leone. I know that they are interested in this topic. I look at Tunisia. They have a lot of experience. I look at ANEP. For the time being, I didn't hear yet a word from ANEP, and I want to hear a word from ANEP. I look at Somalia and Ethiopia and South Sudan and Sudan. Please use this opportunity. Either you have a comment or a specific question, a critical remark, maybe from South Africa. Thanks. Botswana, if you also want, please to add. And this table, this table here, French-speaking countries, please. Forgot. Senegal is more higher education, but I know that he's interested in this. If you have questions, I saw that Faustin was very interested. He was following very carefully the presentation. Faustin, j'ai vu que vous étiez très intéressé à écouter. Donc, utilisez ce moment pour poser des questions, pour faire quelques remarques critiques. Est-ce que l'APC n'est pas des fois un peu compliqué? Je sais que Mathias, parfois, a un peu cette préoccupation, etc. So let us take 10-15 minutes now. Any comments, any suggestions, please share. And then we have 10 minutes, 15 maximum for the Mentimeter. So in total, half an hour now for this discussion. So Olavo, I hope your energy level is high, because you still have lots of issues. Yeah. Fica aí. Yeah. Não é para ir sentar. He wants to sit. I told him, no. Neil? Questions? La République démocratique du Congo, je sais, a des questions. C'est pour ça qu'ils discutent là-bas, et aussi le Cameroun.
Demande de conseil avant.
Ah, d'accord. I would like also to ask UNESCO. because I know that Abdoulaye Salif, who is very interested in this passerelle between professional, vocational education and higher education. And what does it tell you for higher education, for example, this approche par compétence? What is it interesting in it for higher education? And of course, this question goes very much to our friend Abdullah Sissé. Est-ce que cette approche par compétence vous dit quelque chose pour l'enseignement supérieur? Faustin.
Oui, merci beaucoup pour la parole. Nous, d'abord, c'est au niveau des étapes déclinées ici que nous avons des préoccupations, mais pas seulement des préoccupations, mais nous voulons que nous puissions être édifiés parce que, comme vous le savez, notre pays tient vraiment à fixer ce cadre national de certification. Il les tient vraiment. Et nous avons constaté que parmi les étapes, la première, c'est l'élaboration d'une étude du secteur d'activité. Ici, je voulais informer toute la communauté africaine que la République démocratique du Congo, des semaines, ou une semaine je crois, avant que nous soyons là, nous verrons d'élaborer un répertoire opérationnel des métiers. C'est-à-dire, nous avons répertorié tous les métiers existants dans les secteurs formels comme non formels. Et maintenant, ces répertoires opérationnels des métiers, nous devons élaborer les référentiels. À ces trois niveaux, il y a les référentiels de compétences, les référentiels d'apprentissage et les référentiels de certification. Donc, c'est un grand travail que nous sommes tentés de faire pour franchir cette première étape. Et au niveau des approches, nous utilisons dans le cadre de la formation professionnelle, vous devez savoir que c'est un ministère récemment créé, mais nous avons consacré la méthodologie d'apprentissage comme l'approche par compétence. Mais cette approche par compétence, il y en a deux que nous sommes tentés d'utiliser. Il y a celui des professeurs, ces professeurs français, et il y a l'autre que nous sommes tentés d'utiliser. Maintenant, le mal que nous avons, c'est au niveau de centraliser tout. Vous devez comprendre que la formation professionnelle chez nous est tributaire de plusieurs ministères. Plusieurs ministères en République démocratique du Congo, ils font la formation professionnelle de façon transversale, mais je peux dire les guichets uniques, c'est le ministère de la formation professionnelle qui fait la coordination de tous ces ministères-là. D'où nous avons besoin de ce cadre national de certification qui va nous permettre de dicter même les normes quant à l'apprentissage, les normes quant à l'évaluation et les normes quant à la certification. Maintenant, nous voulons bénéficier de l'expérience de l'Angola, vous qui avez travaillé jusqu'à être là. Qu'est-ce que nous pouvons faire, nous qui sommes à la première étape maintenant, et des référentiels de compétences, et élaboration des répertoires de métiers pour décliner en référentiel de compétences métier par métier. Vous savez que c'est plus de 3, 4, 400, 500 métiers que nous avons répertoriés. Et s'il faut élaborer les référentiels pour chaque métier, ça serait un grand travail. C'est pourquoi nous avons extirpé dans ces métiers-là ce que nous appelons métiers innovants. Nous allons commencer avec les métiers innovants, dont nous allons élaborer les référentiels. Et maintenant, est-ce qu'après l'élaboration des référentiels des métiers innovants, nous pouvons déjà passer à la deuxième étape qui est l'élaboration des référentiels, à la troisième étape qui est l'élaboration, des référentiels de formation. Ça, c'est ce que je voulais poser comme question. Ou bien il faut attendre que nous puissions terminer avec tous les métiers existants et puis décliner ça. Donc, c'était ça.
Oui.
Parce que les métiers naissent, vieillissent et peuvent mourir.
J'ai bien compris la question, mais je vais répondre. Non, je vais le répondre maintenant, mais je vais le répondre en portugais. Hein.
Non, en français. Nous allons vous inviter pour nous édifier davantage. Nous allons vous inviter pour nous répondre davantage.
Non, mais c'est intéressant que vous avez fait un inventaire de plusieurs de métiers. Mais le conseil que je vous donne, c'est d'établir des priorités. Établir des priorités. Ce n'est pas nécessaire de commencer avec 50, avec 150, avec 200. Il faut commencer avec 4, 5, mais des métiers qui sont prioritaires pour le moment et qui ont des relations aussi très fortes avec les besoins de l'économie ou du secteur productif. Pour commencer, pour démarrer, c'est le conseil que je vous donne. Il ne faut pas commencer, il ne faut pas avoir l'expectative qu'on peut faire tout en même temps. Mais on peut commencer peu à peu. Si on commence peu à peu, on va apprimorer des chemins.
Bravo.
Hein?
Bravo pour le français. Voilà, le Sénégal a approuvé le français.
Oui.
C'est ça.
Je peux? Merci pour la parole. Et je suis édifié parce que j'ai une formation de juriste, mais si je suis venu participer à cette formation, c'est vraiment à titre purement pas académique. Mais je suis venu apprendre en tant que juriste, mais qui œuvre dans le secteur de la formation professionnelle. Et chez nous, ce ministère n'a que 6 ans. Ce qui fait que nous avons embrassé beaucoup de choses au même moment. Et ce qui fait que plus loin, on se sent maintenant bloqué. Comment évoluer? Heureusement que j'ai déjà la réponse. Je reviens sur un élément. C'est sur la formation modulaire. Et puis le curricula. Nous avons commencé, ça fait 6 ans. Mais au moment où nous parlons, nous n'avons même pas de curricula. Ça, c'est une vérité. Et nous voudrions maintenant un approchement par vos compétences, par votre façon d'essayer. Si nous pourrions échanger et aider la RDC, pas aujourd'hui, mais par votre présence chez nous, pour que nous puissions au moins aider ces ministères à changer la donne et à évoluer. Merci.
La question, c'est pour toi. On peut organiser un séminaire à RDC et parler avec les autorités et tous les autres parties internes.
Donc, Madame la ministre a d'ailleurs parlé plusieurs fois avec moi à ce sujet. Donc, on va certainement pouvoir planifier des activités avec vous et on pourra discuter en bilatéral ici pendant ces 3 jours. Demandez-nous. On va vous encore ici jusqu'à demain. Si vous voulez, on peut discuter et travailler. Quand vous dites partager avec l'Angola, je dirais aussi partager avec Cap-Vert et même avec Tunisie, qui a beaucoup d'expérience et qui est assis là et qui veut parler d'ailleurs. Mais allez-y, avant la Tunisie, la RDC va finir.
Oui, dans les cadres de la SADC, vous devez savoir que c'est la République démocratique du Congo qui a mené la présidence. Nous avons eu la chance, et le ministre de la formation professionnelle, c'est lui qui avait accompagné le président des Seychelles. Et les Seychelles, je crois que c'est un peu avancé dans les domaines du cadre national de qualification. Et nous étions invités officiellement à partager leur expérience dans le cadre d'immersion. Mais avant que nous allions dans l'immersion, nous devons commencer quelque part. Et donc, je crois que ça cadre aussi avec ce que nous demandons, que vous puissiez venir nous édifier davantage pour que nous puissions mettre en œuvre vraiment notre cadre national de certification de qualification. Non seulement vous, et d'autres pays, nous allons tenter de voir des expériences des pays avancés dans ce sens-là, et nous allons voir comment est-ce qu'on peut collaborer ensemble pour nous aider à avancer dans ce sens. Merci beaucoup.
La Tunisie, non?
C'est tout ça, c'est des propositions vraiment réalistes.
On a the wrong side of the traffic. Come back,
Différentes propositions. Merci. Tunisie.
Merci beaucoup. Oui, merci beaucoup. Donc, tout à fait, je vais réagir par rapport à l'approche par compétence. En fait, ça fait très longtemps qu'on entend qu'il faut passer à élaborer des diplômes par approche par compétence. Lorsqu'on parle de la validation des acquis de l'expérience, tout à l'heure, Colline, elle a dit qu'il faut mettre en place l'approche par compétence. Mais est-ce qu'il s'agit vraiment de la même approche qui est partagée par tous les pays? Je vous donne, par exemple, le cas de la Tunisie. Depuis les années 90, on a mis en place l'approche par compétence tunisienne, mais c'est canadienne plutôt, bien sûr, c'est adapté au contexte tunisien, mais c'est l'approche par compétence canadienne. Et lorsque on a pensé à mettre en place notre cadre national des certifications, c'est un cadre avec 7 niveaux et 6 descripteurs, on a été obligé de faire adapter cette approche. Pourquoi? Parce que l'approche actuelle, c'est-à-dire celle qui donne lieu à des programmes qui sont fondés sur des modules de formation. C'est des compétences pédagogiques et non pas des compétences professionnelles pour parler d'acquis d'apprentissage et pour pouvoir mettre en place le cadre et pour évaluer des candidats VAE. Donc, ce qu'on a fait, on a eu une grande réflexion, comment laisser l'approche par compétence qui a le candidat, l'apprenant au centre et qui a comme finalité de répondre aux besoins du marché du travail et élaborer des diplômes qui sont fondés sur l'acquis d'apprentissage et parler de compétences professionnelles au lieu de compétences pédagogiques. Autre chose, on a eu du mal, et ça a demandé un peu de temps, d'intégrer le contexte de réalisation et d'une compétence. Lorsqu'on parle d'acquis d'apprentissage, c'est très bien de parler d'un verbe d'action, mais il doit être associé au contexte de réalisation de cette compétence. Pourquoi? Ça va permettre de refléter l'ensemble des descripteurs d'un cadre national. Sans le contexte, on ne peut pas avoir la lisibilité de la compétence et donc la lisibilité du diplôme pour être fidèle au cadre national des certifications. Merci.
Je vais répondre rapidement et avant cela, je voudrais, I would like to just for 1 second acknowledge Dr. Baguma, please. Could you come with your guest just to acknowledge? Welcome. We are so pleased to see you here. So please, I just want you to say a word, and we acknowledge your presence, and thank you very much for your time to join us.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Nhlanhla Twala. If you can't pronounce it, don't worry. It's not a problem. But Twala is easy enough. Nhlanhla Twala. I'm the Vice Chancellor and Provost of African Leadership University. I was excited to hear about your presence here because the issues we are dealing with of quality assurance in a changing environment are the areas we are grappling with. All of us realize that there needs to be a shift in terms of the learning frameworks. But the question is, how do you assure quality in an environment that is new and dynamic and where the technologies, we really don't know where they're going to take us? So that's something that we're currently grappling with because we are trying to implement exactly the model of allowing students to learn wherever they are, quality to assure their learning, but also ensure that they have credits that they can transfer to other universities that can be recognized. So thank you for giving us the opportunity to be here. Thank you.
Please have a seat and stay with us. Thank you. Merci.
Thank you so much. Just as our coordinator, she offered us the opportunities to share. At our level, we will hopefully have maybe a session to share how are we translating the qualification framework at institutional level. Because at the end of it, what we are discussing here, it gets translated at the institutional level. So I think that one, if it's possible, it would be a very good example. The way he was sharing, actually, I was just seeing, oh, has he been seeing what we are doing? But of course, this is universal knowledge. So I thank you so much. Also at our level, we'll be happy to share that. How are we translating that? Because we all talk of a student being at the center of learning, but so what has happened? What is wrong? Thank you so much.
You will be most welcome. Thank you. So this was just a small parenthesis to acknowledge the arrival of our distinguished guest, and thank you for being here. So we continue. Thanks a lot, Olfa, for all these remarks that you made about a changing APC. Toutes ces remarques sur une APC qui a dû changer. Oui. Et donc, so I think all these remarks made by Olfa on the relationship of the APC or CBT with the National Qualifications Framework principles and approach are quite interesting, and they deserve also further conversation. Actually, I wanted to ask you to please write a small card for the board about this. Okay?
C'est seulement pour faire un petit commentaire avec ce que avait dit Madame la de Tunisie, non? Oui, merci. Il faut pas avoir de peur de changer. Parce que, regarde, Portugal, par exemple, jusqu'à 2-3 ans avant, ils ont commencé à changer aussi pour l'approche, pour la compétence. Pour que les qualifications de Portugal, quand ils ont fait la première qualification, ils n'ont pas pensé à l'approche pour la compétence. Et tu sais où est-ce qu'ils ont appris, ils sont allés pour voir comment se fait les qualifications pour l'approche pour la compétence au Cap-Vert. Pour que nous, on a commencé pour faire avec l'approche pour compétence. Et le Portugal, les Portugais, ils sont allés là-bas pour voir comment est-ce qu'on fait. Maintenant, ils commencent à changer toutes les qualifications pour l'approche pour la compétence. Mais il a parfois une question qui est centrale, c'est de contextualiser. Il ne faut pas perdre le focus sur le contexte tunisien. Ça, c'est très important.
Merci. Donc, désormais, tu vas parler toujours directement en français, portugais. Tu as passé l'examen de français. Hein? En pratique, dans la pratique. C'est ça la compétence. Hein? Mathias, vas-y. And then we will do the Mentimeter.
Bien, bonsoir à
very
tous.
quickly one. Yes, Mathias.
Je suis Mathias Bonongo, moi je travaille au Cameroun. Je partage avec vous notre expérience. Nous avons effectivement adopté l'APC en 2008 au ministère de l'Emploi et de la Formation professionnelle et nous avons commencé à développer les programmes de formation sous cette approche-là. Elle a des fortunes diverses, ça il faut pouvoir le dire. Un des avantages, le collègue l'a bien dit, c'est que l'apprenant est au centre du dispositif de formation, de son apprentissage, d'acquisition de ses compétences, et il permet et il arrive à développer et à acquérir ces compétences-là lorsque toutes les conditions sont réunies. Tout à l'heure, là, il y a quelqu'un, quand on a parlé des certifications informatisées, il y a quelqu'un qui a relevé le problème de l'énergie, par exemple. Je dois dire que l'APC est confronté également au problème des infrastructures. Si vous n'avez pas de bonnes infrastructures, vous ne pourrez pas faire une très bonne APC. Je me réjouis de l'expérience tunisienne qui dit qu'après avoir reçu toute la documentation de l'APC canadienne, parce qu'il faut dire que c'est les Canadiens qui sont les pères fondateurs de l'APC, aujourd'hui, beaucoup de pays, et le Cameroun avec, sont en train de faire une APC contextualisée à leur propre environnement. Parce que si vous prenez les guides de l'APC qui ont été publiés par l'OIF en 2006-2007 et que vous les plaquez dans votre pays, je ne suis pas sûr que vous arriverez à avoir le bon résultat. Première chose. Le deuxième écueil que l'APC rencontre, c'est le formateur. Vous pouvez vous imaginer, nous, à notre âge, nous avons été tous formés à l'école par l'approche par objectif. Mais aujourd'hui, on amène le formateur à développer ou bien à mettre en œuvre l'APC. Où est-ce qu'il a appris l'APC? Si donc, on développe une APC sans avoir développé à côté le centre de développement des compétences pour le formateur, l'APC n'aura pas le résultat escompté. C'est donc dire que lorsque vous êtes en train de mettre l'APC dans votre pays, pensez également au formateur qui doit prendre la main pour que les apprenants puissent agir et interagir, pour que le formateur lui-même soit justement, comme monsieur disait tout à l'heure, un accompagnateur, parce qu'il n'est plus le dispensateur de la connaissance, du savoir. Il accompagne l'apprenant dans l'acquisition de la compétence. Ça, c'est des éléments, et en cela, c'est pour cela que nous disons toujours que l'APC est une approche qui coûte extrêmement cher. Elle est chère parce que quand on faisait dans un lycée technique, par exemple, et que vous aviez 60 élèves dans une salle de classe, en APC, on va vous dire, vous ne pouvez pas avoir une salle de formation de 60 apprenants. Vous êtes obligé d'être calé entre 20 et 30. Ça fait 30 postes de travail. C'est un avantage non comparable pour l'apprenant qui est mis dans ces conditions. Mais quel est le coût d'une telle formation? Est-ce que nos États donc ont cette capacité de pouvoir faire l'APC partout? C'est la question, ça appelle la question que nous avons soulevée ce matin, le financement de la formation professionnelle. Ça appelle donc la mise en œuvre véritablement d'une coopération entre tous les acteurs qui interviennent dans la formation professionnelle, les employeurs, les entreprises, les partenaires techniques et financiers et l'État. Parce que seul aujourd'hui, aucun État ne peut véritablement soutenir l'APC s'il n'a pas une source de financement. Mieux, s'il n'a pas un mécanisme de financement de la formation professionnelle. C'était le commentaire que je voulais ajouter. Mais je vais poser une question. Est-ce que sans APC, on peut avoir un cadre national de certification? Bien, merci.
L'important, c'est l'idée des compétences, des acquis de l'apprentissage. Maintenant, l'APC, elle doit être contextualisée et adaptée aux conditions et besoins nationaux. C'est ce que disait un peu aussi tout à l'heure Olfa. Est-ce qu'il y a encore un commentaire? Et merci beaucoup, tous ces commentaires, Mathias, ont été très réalistes. D'ailleurs, vous voyez, j'ai pris note là, derrière vous.
C'est pertinent, surtout la question des formateurs.
Oui. Bon, maintenant, collègues, on va donner, so let me switch to English. Erika, are you there? Can you show the Mentimeter? So let us do our Mentimeter, just 5 minutes. Pode fazer. Just 5 minutes, as usual. We just show 2 questions out of the 4. And so you can point, as usual, to the QR code. We are using a bit of digital methods, yes, for conversation and sharing of ideas. Some participants are already responding very quickly. Two, I want the colleagues from higher education to respond as well. C'est le code qui est là, ou bien tu mets sur le carré. Tu pointes l'appareil photo sur le carré là et tu vas directement. I hope Navin is responding. And then when we finish the Mentimeter, before we start session 13, okay. So that's the initial part. The question comes. So the question is, what are the main principles, procedures applied in your country or in your specific sector of education and training for development of qualifications? It can be in higher education, general education, adult, of course, vocational education and training. Qu'est-ce qui est écrit en NA? Non-available. There is a policy involvement of all sectors. Okay, 2 persons have written non-available, meaning there are no procedures or principles, procedures applied in the country or in the specific sector for development of qualifications. 2 persons, non-available, not that. Okay, then we see TVET competence-based, informed by labor market needs, consultation with industry. There is a policy, involvement of all sectors. Okay, there is also mention there of CAMES, yes. Of course, LMD, CAMES, pour le niveau de l'enseignement supérieur, approche centrée sur l'étudiant, units of competency, qualifications at national level, APC, APC. No systematic principles available. So we see already 3 cases where countries say there is no systematic principles or rules in place. Nothing. It's a 4th case, nothing. Okay, we see their development of competence levels required by world of work. Qualifications based on varied types, bachelor, for example, policy, APC, internal level, okay, LMD, licence, maîtrise, doctorat, but oriented to learning outcomes. APC au ministère de l'Emploi et Formation Professionnelle, okay, in higher education and in vocational education. I think this is the case of Cameroon. There are no defined principles in Sierra Leone, CBT, which is APC, labor market driven, units of competence. Okay, we have many contributions, and we saw 4 cases, 4 testimonies saying we do not have a specific approach or procedures or principles. 1, 2, yes, nothing, etc. Okay. Oh, let us then go to the second, Erika, thank you. So what adjustments, improvements would you recommend to the principles, approach, methodologies you are using in the country? Okay, in TVET, design principles need to be clearer. Renforcement des capacités infrastructurelles, curricular reviews, policy and principles, enhanced stakeholder engagement and involvement, application rigoureuse des principes de l'APC, enhanced, okay, nécessité de formation des formateurs, revision, so curricular revision, reviews, industry players need to be involved. A definition of a credit, of credits for Africa based on learning outcomes est encouragé dans l'enseignement supérieur, aussi peut-être dans le TVET, dans la formation professionnelle aussi. Okay, several here recommendations about better involvement of the production sector or stakeholders from the industry. Yes, this is an important need, as we can see. Development of policies again. So we had several cases saying we do not have any policies or procedures, link or roles. Okay. Okay, so I think we have here many interesting contributions, many good contributions. I mean, good in the sense that they are coming from you. It's the reality that is being reflected here. Policies, a solution to improve industry involvement. I think this is an issue everywhere. Yeah, private sector. If we would rank the most important thing that needs to be improved, it is really the involvement, engagement of the private sector, of the industry, of stakeholders, isn't it? There is also, of course, the issue of, for example, curricular review, the teacher training or training of trainers, and also, of course, development of policies and procedures. But the involvement of the industry is the most fundamental issue that appears here. And I think this is both for higher education, and I'm looking at our guest just arrived, and also for, of course, for TVET. Okay, if we don't have additional points, clarity of roles. So here we are coming to the question of coordination, governance, isn't it? The governance in the wider sense. Thank you. Can we guess who wrote that? Okay, very good. I want then to pass the floor to Abdullah Salifu. He wanted to make a comment, but because he has a special hat, let's say, in this room, I wanted to give him the floor at the end of the session. So, Abdullah, inspire us, please.
Non.
And then we move to session 13.
Ah, d'accord. Premièrement, je voudrais d'abord féliciter le conférencier pour sa brillante prestation. Et comme certains l'ont écrit dans les commentaires, c'est vrai qu'au niveau de l'enseignement supérieur, il y a véritablement une passerelle entre la formation technique et professionnelle pour aller à l'enseignement supérieur. Seulement, c'est que la convention d'Addis, qui offre ces multiples possibilités, elle n'est pas très bien connue. Elle est connue dans ses généralités. Et donc, ce qui fait que très souvent, les gens pensent que c'est une convention qui est dédiée exclusivement à l'enseignement supérieur. Donc, demain, on en parlera très clairement. Maintenant, au niveau de l'enseignement supérieur, l'approche s'est centrée sur la formation, sur l'étudiant. Et maintenant, nous avons dans l'enseignement supérieur les référentiels. En particulier, dans l'espace francophone, nous avons les référentiels qualité du commerce, par exemple, référentiel des offres de formation et au niveau des offres de formation, lorsque vous voulez mettre en place une formation, vous n'allez pas rester dans la clandestinité de votre bureau et inventer une formation et puis déposer ça sur la table. C'est recommandé effectivement qu'il y ait une étude, une enquête et qu'on implique le secteur socio-professionnel, en particulier le monde des entreprises, mais au-delà aussi les collectivités territoriales et les ONG. Bon, ce n'est pas souvent fait, mais heureusement, il y a, comme on dit, il y a des audits qui sont faits, des évaluations. Donc ça, c'est clair. Maintenant, pour ceux qui viennent du secteur UFTP, c'est vrai qu'en reconnaissant partiellement leurs compétences, à condition que les exigences correspondent au diplôme, il y a cette passerelle-là qui s'offre pour aller à l'enseignement supérieur. Je pense qu'on verra ça demain. Merci beaucoup.
Okay. Merci beaucoup, Abdullah, pour cette contribution. So, Erika, Mauro, sorry, we are now starting session 13, which is, as we have been saying, about innovative approaches to labor market intelligence. So, Mauro Pelucchi.
Thank you, Mia.
Mauro is a data scientist. He is working in very interesting, very important projects related with unlocking the power of big data to inform labor market and education policies. Mauro, the floor is yours. Thank you so much. Mille grazie.
Thank you, Eduardo. Thank you very much. I already see my slide for my session on the shared screen. I hope that also you in the conference can you see my slide? So
yes, we can see. We see and we hear you well.
Okay. Let me to check if I can control. Okay, so okay, it's perfect. Thank you very much, Eduarda. And before to start, I wanted to say you, Eduarda, thanks for your invitation to present in this conference, and also special thank to ETF for this invitation. So let me to present myself. I am Mauro Pelucchi from Lightcast, where I work as head of global data science. In Lightcast, we have, of course, a lot of data about the labor market. And in the next 30 minutes, I will speak about to use these new type of data, new sources to inform, to connect people, to improve the employability, and of course to reduce the inequality, because our final goal is to try to improve the labor market in each single country. Of course, like Eduarda mentioning, we take care about a lot of projects for the European Union and for ETF. In particular, I will speak about the two main projects, one for CEDEFOP and one for ETF, about the use of new source of data for labor market. So what I will cover in my slide, of course, we will speak about the labor market intelligence, and I will show you how we use this new type of data and the new sources to try to predict the next skill, predict the next emerging skill. Of course, we will take a look to some practical example, because we have a lot of example where we use new data in different contexts, from regional economy to education provider, and also to some specific topics, some specific topic, like, for example, the green economy. So let me to start from some question, because of course, when we speak about the new data, it's difficult to address this question. So to start, what we need is some question, and usually when we start, we try to address some specific question. For example, what are the next emerging skills? It's difficult to predict what are the next emerging skills, because it's very difficult to understand the current labor market, and of course it's more difficult to understand the evolution of the labor market. And of course, it's very difficult to understand the skill gap in a specific region, in a specific industry context. Why it is very difficult? Because the situation is complex. You know, if we watch the last 5 years, only the last 5 years, we see a lot of evolution in the labor market, from, for example, the digitalization of profession. I think everyone knows the famous paper from Oxford, from Frey and Osborne, about the automatization of the profession. But I think everyone really knows that currently in each role, in each profession, the digital skills are mandatory. But of course, like also mentioned in the previous session, the relevance of the soft skill is very important. In the last 5 years, we see with, of course, the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, how the soft skills are very important, and also how the new skill about the new skill and the new type of work, like the remote working, like the logistic workers, and of course every of these topics are very important. And last, for example, the green transition. It's another hot topic in this continuous evolution of the labor market. And I think I can also mention the impact of the micro credential for the education provider. So every topic in this slide are very hot topic in the evolution of the labor market. And what we will try to address in the next slide is how we take care about this new topic, because of course we have the traditional data. When I speak about traditional data, I am thinking about, for example, the employee, the number of employees, the labor market survey, and so on. And I think it is very important to use this traditional data. What I will try to add is new type of data, and how we use traditional data and also new type of data to try to address this new topic and to try to be ready for the next hot topics. Of course, we are in a continuous change in job labor market. Why we are in a continuous change of the labor market? So I think you need to understand how an employer try to communicate in the web, because currently, if we have in mind how an employer communicates in the web, we see a lot of web pages, a lot of blog pages, and these pages are really full of technologies, are really full of innovative way to work, are really full of green economy, for example, and so on. Of course, why? Because the employers try, of course, also with the job posting, in this case, with the skills, to attract talent. Why? Because what need employers is to try to attract new people, new innovative people in their company. And of course, also the job seekers are try to meet this requirement. How? Because usually the job seekers, usually the people use internet to communicate with social networks. If you have in mind some social networks, everyone creates a profile to communicate their skill, to communicate their description, to communicate what they are able to do. And what we observe, it's currently, we are in a skill-based economy. So let me to define a skill, because 40 years ago, it's fine. It's quite fine to define a skill. Currently, it's more complex. Why more complex? Because if you have in mind a skill, we need to take care about the other skill. So the specialized skill of a job seeker or of profile and so on. Of course, we can define a skill like a soft or an essential or a common skill, but also we have a base certification that are other type of skill. Why I am putting these different type of skill in one single slide? Because if you have in mind the job posting, and in a few slides we will see a job posting, we find everything in a job posting. We can have some specialized skill, we can have some soft skill, we can find some certification. Of course, every employers usually use a different language to communicate these skill requirements to the job seekers, because every employers try to attract the talent. So what we need is to try to collect this information, to normalize this information, to create a common definition of skill. Let me to go in detail about this work. So, of course, currently skills are more complex than 50 years ago. Why? Because if 50 years ago, I don't know, the skills are only communication, ability to work together and so on, currently skills are a mix of knowledge, of specialization, of technology, of ethics, and so on. So what we need is to try to observe what the employer are putting in the job posting, try to collect this information, decode this information in common language, and to connect, to inform our stakeholder, that are the employee, job seeker, the student, the public government, and so on. Of course, why we start from the skill? Because skill are a common language. Why are a common language? Because job seekers are using the skill to communicate their ability. And also employers are communicate the skill to communicate their skill requirements. Of course, so if we are able to match these two languages, we are able to observe the evolution of the demand and also of the supply of in the labor market. So what we need is to try to find a common language to meet the requirement of the employers and also the ability of the job seekers. Of course, it's not simple. Why it's not simple? Because if you have in mind the web, the internet channel currently is not simple. Why? Because, of course, we have a lot of new technologies, new AI. If you put a funny question currently in a popular search engine, you will find a specific response. And of course, if you have in mind a different way to use the internet channel, we have a lot of different sources and really different web channel that the employers are using to communicate their needs of knowledge, their needs of skill. And of course, usually these new sources are also used by the job seeker to communicate their ability. Usually the job seeker, the people are using these new sources to buy something in the web, to observe some phenomenon, and so on. We have a lot of different sources. Of course, these new sources, new interest sources, are very particular, because if you have in mind the traditional sources, you have in mind, sorry to simplify, but you can put a traditional source of labor market data in an Excel file. It's very simple. You can download the data from the web, or you can collect by a survey and put the data in rows in an Excel file. It's very simple then to observe. If you have in mind the new sources, it's more complex. It's more complex also because the new sources are usually more fast. Why? Because new sources are updated. If currently I go to a web employment agency online, I will find the last job posting published few minutes ago from the employers. If I go currently on a popular social network about labor market, I will find the last updates from my colleagues, from my professional network, from my company. And usually the posts are updated. Usually are these communication are of 2 minutes ago. So the benefit of these new sources are about the update of the data. Why? Because usually official statistics are very good to represent and very robust to represent the labor market data. What we need to try to address this new question and what we need to find this common language between employers and job seekers is data that are more granular, because what we need is the specific skill, and also more update. What I need currently is something that is updated last week, in the last 10 days, because if I need to observe the evolution, I really need some data that are very fresh. So what we do is to use labor market data from the web, and in particular we use job posting. Why job posting? Because with the structural data, with the traditional data, when I mention structural data, I am referring to the traditional data. Why structural data? Because, I repeat, you can put this data in rows and columns in an Excel file, in a sheet. And these data are very, very useful to represent the job titles, to represent an occupation. With the data from the web, what we can do is try to observe the evolution of the skill. And also what we try to do with this data from the web is try to observe new patterns. For example, we can try to predict the remote working, for example. We can try to observe some new dimension of the labor market, like the green economy. So, in this slide, I put one example of job posting. As you can see, a job posting is a job posting that I take from the web a couple of months ago. It is in English, sorry. But in this case, I think everyone can observe the structure of the job posting. As you can see, we have a job title. As you can see, we have a job title in this position, and we have a description. Why? Because when we collect data from the web, we don't have rows and columns like in the data that you download, for example, from the National Statistical Institute. When we start to use this new source, what we really have is the natural language used by the employers to communicate. As you can see, we have some information about the salary, some information about benefit, some information about in this position, about the type of work and the schedule. But what really we have is the full job description. And it is not decoding, is what the employer published 1 month ago, 2 months ago for this position. As you can see, we can observe the job overview, and the power of this data is about the granularity, because of course, if you have in mind the job posting that you can find on the web, we have millions, we have tons of job posting of this type. And if we find a way to decode this raw description in or database, it's possible to observe the evolution of these skills. Of course, it's not simple. It's a challenge also because in the real world, we don't have only English. We have, like in this conference, we have French, Portuguese, we have Italian, my languages, we have Spanish, and so on. So what we need is to wait to collect the data from the web. Let me to clean the screen. What we need is to wait to collect the data from the web, and this wait is called the web data ingestion, to import the data in a labor market intelligence database. I introduced this new term. I don't know if it is new for you, but only to define what is labor market database, what is a labor market intelligence. It's a tool, it's a methodology, it's a collection of tool and methodology, really, to try to predict, to inform about labor market data. Of course, in a labor market intelligence system, what we have is a database with information about occupation, industry, educational level, workforce demographic, for example, the contract type, the job type, the working hours, the geography of the labor market. And of course, we have a lot of information about the skills. In particular, if we can apply the labor market intelligence system to try to create a project about, for example, the skill foresight and the skill intelligence to understand the current context and to predict the evolution of this skill. Let me to give you a practical example. You can use the QR code if you want to go on the web, or I navigate to the link. If I can click, I think I need an help to share also the link. I don't know if you can see the link. I cannot. Eduardo, I need your help, I think.
You help to open the link?
Yes.
Erika is in control.
Okay, thank you. Or maybe I can also share my screen with the link open.
And simply share, Mauro, the rest of the presentation yourself. So you are in total control.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. It's well defined, or I zoom a little.
We can see skills in occupations in the skills of it.
So you can use the QR code in the slide, or this site is public. It is a tool from CEDEFOP. CEDEFOP is an European agency that takes care about vocational training, which is a public tool for European countries. As you can see, if I go to the skill in occupation, for example, page, I can, this is a labor market intelligence system. As you can see, I can observe what is happening in Europe. This is update. So we are updating the data for the last quarter, but is quite updated. It is a public tool, so you can navigate. You can select a specific skill. For example, I go to the engineering and manufacturing skill. We are using, in this case, a public taxonomy, a public code list about skill that is called ESCO. In this case, I can take the skill about, the group of skill about engineering, manufacturing, construction. If I go to the specific details, so electronic and automation, I can observe what are the more frequent, more relevant occupation about this group of skill. I can see I have electronics and telecommunication installed and repairs. I have the technology engineers. And I can go, for example, in this public tool, we have only the detail about the country, but of course, in the full database, what we have is the detail about region, province, the single city. I can go, for example, to observe, I don't know, in Czech Republic, only to see what is really across Europe, I can observe, for example, what are the distribution of the occupation, of the more relevant occupation for this specific group of skill. As you can see, this tool can be used by educational provider, university, regional government to address their needs about the update of the courses, about the update of public policy, and so on. So let me return to the presentation. Okay, so what we have, what usually we do with this labor market data is to start from the job posting. As you can see in this slide, I put some example about the job posting, like my previous slide. Of course, we have a lot of different contexts, different languages, different way to communicate from employers. What we try to do is to normalize this lot of languages in a single way, and in this case, what we can try to do is to build a labor market intelligence system. Of course, we have a lot of different challenges, like the languages, the huge amount of data. In the web, you know, when you navigate in the web, you can collect a lot of very good web pages, but also very bad web pages. So what we need is a strong methodology to run this type of work. And of course, this strong methodology is quite consolidated during the year. What we do is to try to create some web robot that navigate in the web, download all the data. We apply a strong statistical methodology to deduplicate the job posting, to normalize the language. And what we have at the finish is database with the job title or normalized occupation according to specific international standard, the type of industry, the name of employer, different skill, usually categorized in a different way. So we can define specialized skill, common skill, certification. We can observe education requirement, like the educational level that the employers are putting in the job posting, but also the educational field, if it is present, the experience required, and so on. Of course, we start to predict usually the occupation. So we start from a text, because what we have really from these news sources is a bunch of text, and this text is coming from the job description. And we apply machine learning model and AI to try to predict the occupation required by the employer. Of course, it's not a single solution, because if, in a lot of cases, when we apply this AI method to a text, what we found is not only one occupation, but a mix of occupation. For example, in this case, the job posting is about data scientist. As you can see, the model is predicting software developer, could be business intelligence, statistician. What we try to do is to try to observe also this mix of occupation, because really currently what defines a role, I think you are agree in this, in my observation, is not only the job title, it's not only the data scientist title, but the mix of skill inside the description. So if we, for example, apply this model to the text, what we are able to do is to try to observe the interconnection between different occupations, also to try to identify cluster of similar job. Why it is important to find a cluster of similar job from the language of employer? Because if we are able to find this cluster of job, we can try to create bridge between role. Bridge, and this bridge are based on skill. So when I speak, so I started my presentation. So what we try to do is to increase the employability and reduce the inequality. And if we are able to create this bridge between occupation, it's more easy for an education provider, for or regional government, to use this bridge to increase the employability of the people, because these bridges are based on the skills in common, the relevant skill in common for the different occupation. Of course, under the system, we have a strong taxonomy of skill, of occupation, of industry. We have some legacy ontology and we have some international ontology. For example, for the ACQF project, we are using an international standard, but it's called ESCO, that is a standard skill taxonomy that permits us to decode the language of employer from 30 different languages in one single language. And it's very important also to observe the evolution of the labor market in different contexts. So let me to recap what we see in the first part of my presentation. So we observed that, of course, official statistics, traditional data are very important because they are very representativeness about the and robust about the employment distribution, for example, and also about the time detail and so on. What we need is more data. Why? Because the labor market is in continuous evolution. And where we find this new data? In the web, you know. So what we can do is to try to download this data, decode this data in a common language, and create a database with more fresh data, with more up-to-date data. Why this database is important? Because with this database, we can connect employees and employers. We can connect job seekers and employers. We can connect student and education provider using a skill-based framework. And these skills are not coming from or fixed survey, but these skills are coming from tons of job postings published in the web. So I go ahead to my presentation because, of course, one of the more important topics is to try to use all the data together. So what we can use is, of course, traditional data. So structural labor market data. So data from the National Statistical Institute. Of course, we can use job posting analytics. It's important. But in the web, you know, we can also find, for example, social profile, resume, and so on. So if we apply the same methodology that I described a few minutes ago, we have a bunch of data that are coming from National Statistical Institute, job posting data, so employers, profile analytics, so from job seekers or employee or student, and of course, what we have in the background is strong libraries of AI methodology, and these AI methodology are coming from new methodologies like deep learning, but also from traditional methodology that we apply, for example, to the normal data, like the time series analysis. Of course, the power is to try to use this data together. Let me to give you a fast example. In this case, I will use a tool. Okay, so let me to restart. So it is a tool that we use for regional government, for example. As you can see, I can try to let me to start from the beginning. So this database is for UK. So I'm using UK data, sorry, but these data are in English. So I think everyone can observe this data. And for example, I can start from the occupation. So the observing of occupation in a specific city, on a specific area. So I can use, for example, Southampton. Of course, I can change the city and I can put another city. And I can try to observe the jobs. So how the jobs are going. I can observe the number of openings and also some traditional index like the location quotient. So if I run this query on this UK database, I can see, for example, the different occupation. In this case, I am using the standard occupation classification, that is another standard occupation classification system. I can observe the evolution of the jobs between different years. So these are traditional data, as you can see, because I don't have the data of this year. The labor market survey are run every 3 months, and the National Statistical Institute needs some month to collect all the data, clean the data, check if everything is okay. But of course, are important data. As you can see, I can observe the evolution of the increase or the decrease of a job in a specific location. Of course, I have this traditional index, that is the location quotient, that help me to understand how this area is performing in relation to the big nation. So, as you can see, in some case, I am quite similar. So 1.01. So for the public relation directors, so this area is quite the same of UK. If I go to a specific another area, for example, in this case, for the financial institution manager, I am 0.5. So I am performing the 50% of the big area. So I can increase, so this is information very useful for regional administration, because they can improve or they can improve their policy in this specific context. Of course, I can go in detail. For example, if I go to the job posting analytics, in case I am mixing the data, I can observe how the job posting analytics are telling me about the labor market in the Southampton area. As you can see, I have 29 days, usually the posting duration. So it is an index, it is a proxy of the time to fill. I can observe the evolution of the salary between in this context. I can go in detail about, I can observe some sample of the posting, as you can see. Of course, the more important information are about the employers. So I can observe what are the employers that are looking for a financial manager in this area. As you can see, I have the name of the employer, but of course, the more important information are about the skill. As you can see, I can observe what are the skills requested by the employers in this area. As you can see, I have a financial service, procurement, purchasing, and so on. And I can compare the specialized skill requested by the employers in this area with the workforce profiles. As you can see, if I am an education provider, what I see is, okay, I have some issue in some specific context, like the electronics, by the supplies indication, like the strategic procurement. What I can do is to try to propose some specific courses to improve the employability of my people, for example. Of course, the real world is not only about specialized skill. It's also about some common skill, common, essential, or soft skill. As you can see, I can see that the management skill, customer service, and so on are very popular in the employers, and of course are very popular also in the workforce profile. But as you can see, I have some lack of skill, for example, in the innovation. Of course, also in this case, we can propose a project, program, if we are a regional public administration of Southampton, I can propose something to improve the workforce, my workforce of my local context in this specific context. Of course, these are nice charts, but I also can go in detail and I can see not only the top 10, but I can see the other skill requested, and I have all the number. So let me to return to the presentation. So what we can do is also to try to mix these different sources. Why it is important to mix? Because what we need is to try to anticipate the variation, and we need the stability of the traditional sources and the up-to-date feature of the new sources. For example, in this chart, you can see a comparison of the data between the electronic contract in Italy, so the administrative data that we have in Italy, with the job posting. And if you can observe the two lines, the job posting can anticipate the administrative data of 3 months. So if we collect the job posting, we can now cast of 3 months the data and predict what we will have in the next 3 months. Of course, we can also compare the data between employment distribution and the data that we collect. In this slide, you can see an example from Germany and an example from Spain. And of course, like I mentioned a few minutes ago, we can use the skill-based database to create a bridge between different occupations. And the bridge is a very popular feature in this context, because with the skill-based bridge, we can try to improve the education offer, we can try to improve the policy, and of course, we can, improve the employability. Another important sector of to use these data are about the education. For the education, we will go in detail with a specific application. Let me to introduce the last 10 minutes of my presentation. Why education? Because for education, we will use the job posting data to align the courses using the skills. And this is very important. Of course, one of the important features of the labor market data that we collect from the web is about the new dimension. In this slide, you can see an example of a green economy, how we are able to observe the green economy, because we have the job description, we have the text, we have the natural languages used by the employers and by the job seekers. So we can apply AI methods to try to calculate, to try to compute the green share of the single posting, and we can try to predict what will be the evolution of the green economy in the next years. Of course, we will start from a few postings in the web, if we observe the last 10 years of data, and we can use this green line to now cast the green job for the next 5 years, for example. Another important example is try to observe the impact of a phenomenon. Of course, in this case, I'm using the COVID-19 pandemic. This is an example from the ACQF dashboard about Tunisia. As you can see, in this case, I am mixing the job posting data, so the orange line in this chart, with the Oxford Stringency Index. The Oxford Stringency Index is an index from the University of Oxford, of course, that compute compute for each country the stringency that each government applied during the COVID to reduce the transition of the COVID, to the transmission of the COVID. As you can see, when the stringency index is near 100, so maximum, we have the future posting by each month. When the index go down, the number of job posting go up. Of course, is quite obvious to observe these two types of curves. But remember that during the COVID, we didn't have traditional data. So it was very important to observe each week this evolution, to observe what happened during the COVID, and also to explain what are the sector with a more nice trend after the COVID pandemic. Of course, we can observe a different trend, different concentration. We have a next example, for example, for the AI skill inside job posting. Why? Because if we compare, these data are coming our global posting. So we are observing all the posting of the world. As you can see, in 2021, the AI skills are exploding in the web data, in the labor market data from the web. So a lot of job posting are mentioning, a lot of employers are mentioning skill requirement about AI in their context. As you can see, we have a lot of job posting, and in 2021, we have a real explosion, and we continue to observe this positive growth since 2019. So another important application is the comparison between demand and supply. I repeat, we have this data from the employers, but also from the social profile. Why it is important? Because our starting point is the job posting data. So we have everything about the demand. We have the number of job posting by occupation, the number of skills requested by the employers. We have the name of the employers. We have information about the experience, the education, and so on. Of course, what we can try to do is to try to mix this data with data that are coming not from the employers, but from the job seekers. How we can do that? We can do that using resume and social profile. Of course, the two sources are a little different. Speaking about resumes, the resumes are very detailed. Usually they are quite with no noise. Usually they are updated. Of course, a resume is completely unstructured. So it's a bunch of text. Social profile, so are of course detailed, usually are very updated, and the nice stuff with the social profile are less unstructured, because if you have in mind one of the more famous social profile about the labor market, you can find very specific information about the education, about the skill, about the role or the roles and the experience of one job seeker. So what we can try to do is to mix these type of sources. Why? Because, like I mentioned a few minutes ago, we can observe, we can run a sort of gap analysis between demand and supply. So I have a very fast example about the use of social profile in Spain. So let me to refresh a little the page. So as you can see, with the social profile data, let me to zoom a little, I can observe the evolution of the occupation of the job seeker. This example is from Spain. So as you can see, I can identify what are the more common city where I can find the social profile. So I have the area of Madrid, Barcelona, the south of Spain, something in Bilbao, and so on. I can observe one occupation. For example, I can try to search, for example, for the cyber security occupation. Now I go to, let me to refresh the page, 1 second. So what I try, so what I try to explain to you, I can observe, for example, the cyber occupation, cyber roles, because cyber occupation are another hot topic in the labor market, you know. So as you can see, I can observe the transition between different occupations. So my target occupation is to find someone that is working in or in the cyber security context, like cyber engineers, cyber security analysts, and so on. What I want to observe, if, for example, I am or if I am, for example, an education provider, is to try to create a transition path between different roles. For example, I can observe that a lot of cybersecurity analysts are coming from a previous role of network engineer and architect. So I can select the network engineer and architect. As you can see, I can try to create a path, an education path, so a real course from student to network engineer to cybersecurity professional. So as you can see, I can use big data and of course the skill under the hood of this dashboard to try to create a new proposal from my student. Of course, I can use this data also to run reskilling or upskilling program. For example, if I have a lot of computer operator, I can also try to observe what are the employability if you try to move your professional role from computer operator to, I don't know, network engineer, and then to cyber security specialist. As you can see, I can also compute, in this case, the number of days to find a new occupation in the different role. So less than 30 days for network engineer, and so on. So this is another way to use data from the web, data from the labor market to connect, to inform employers, job seekers, education providers. Let me return to the slide. So one, like I mentioned a few minutes ago, one of the more next example about the use of labor market data is to try to use the labor market intelligence system based on skill coming from the job posting to try to improve the employability of my courses. So what I'm trying to do, if I use, for example, this data to try to improve my university courses, my education path, and so on, of course, I will use data that are coming directly from employers to try to improve the skill that are the outcome of my education courses. What are the paths of this methodology? Of course, we will start from data source collection. So we will start to collect data about courses, so the job description and so on, the course description and so on. We will use the job description to create a sort of profiles about these courses. We will use this description, this profile, to compare the profile of the course with the profile of the occupation that are coming from the web. And of course, we will create a visualization to mix this information. Let me to show you a live example. So this example is from the University of Trento. Trento is a city in Italy, is a middle university in Italy. So as you can see, we are applying this methodology. Let me to refresh the screen. What we try to do. So in the slide, shared slide, you will find the screenshot of this application. So I will show, I am showing you the application live because of course it's protected by username and password. But don't worry, in the slides, you will find some screenshot of this application. For example, I can apply this methodology to the AI system university courses from the University of Trento. So I am going to the analysis. As you can see, I have the job posting trending. I can select different nations. I have France, Germany, Italy, Spain, UK. So I can observe the occupation related to the AI, so the artificial intelligence system course in different nations in Europe. As you can see, I have an improvement. Of course, I can go in detail of the single nation. or I can go in detail about the occupation. So I can select only junior or senior profile. Of course, I can go in detail about the market terms that are really the job title that are using the employers in the web. As you can see, the AI system are not equal. As you can see, I have a lot of requests about a machine learning engineer. I have something about AI, developer, engineer, natural languages processing expert, computer vision, and of course. If I go to a different nation, for example, if I select Italy, as you can see, I have a different distribution. If I go, for example, in Germany, I have a different distribution about the request of profile. And it's very important because if I am a university that put in my goal the internationalization, it's important to observe what are requesting, what the employers from different nations are requesting. Of course, I can observe, for example, the sector of the companies and also the name of the company. What are the more important sheet, of course, is the skill mix. So what we can do is try to observe the different skill mix for the single job title. As you can see, I can observe the machine learning engineer. If I am a teacher in the AI system courses, I can use this dashboard to align my proposal with industry data that are coming from the employers. As you can see, if I select the machine learning engineer, I can go in detail about the top 10 skill requested from Python, mathematics, algorithms, and so on. I can also observe the specialized skill if I click on this red bar, or I can see only the soft skill if I want also to improve my proposal about the improving of soft skill, or only the digital skill from Python, script programming, Hadoop, and so on. Of course, this type of system is very helpful for technical courses like this one, but I can also switch to psychology, for example, and I have the same outcome. This is in Italian, sorry, so I have HR specialist, for example, so this is HR specialist, and I can observe what are the most 10 skill requested by the employers. I can observe coach, neuropsychology, and so on. So, as you can see, is a methodology that we can apply not only to technical or digital occupation, but to all the occupation that are coming from the web.
Mauro, dobbiamo finire.
Ok.
Dobbiamo finire.
Yes, only
un attimo, un minuto.
Okay, so so my presentation is finished really. I have my last example. So in the slide, I repeat, you will find, as you can see, the screenshot of a busy system. The last example is from ETF. So I will go very quickly. Also in this case, you will find in my slide the screenshot. So last example is from ETF. So it's a project that we have with ETF in different nations, where we collect data from job posting. As you can see, this is a dashboard from Tunisia. Of course, we can use this data to observe the Tunisia context real time. As you can see, if I go to the time sheet, so to the sheet related to the times, I have the data updated to the last month. So we are working to update with the August data in the next few days, but these data are from 2020 to the last day of July. I can observe the evolution of the number of job posting, or I can go in detail about, for example, the dashboard about the professional dashboard. So I go here. In this case, I can select the single occupation, in this case, software developer. I can observe the distribution of the occupation in the different geography. I can observe the different skill requested in terms of knowledge skills and attitude and values. I can watch the experience, the education, and so on. Of course, another important topic is the new dimension. For example, in this case, we have also one specific dashboard to observe the evolution of the green share in different years and different occupations. So I am finished. Thank you, Eduarda, and thank you to everyone. I don't know if we have time for question, Eduarda, or if you have some question offline.
Thanks a lot, Mauro. Grazie mille. So, colleagues, we have limited time, but since we have our expert accessible only today, if you have any specific question immediately to ask, please do it. Otherwise, you can also write questions and we can send him. Okay, he's flexible and he will send us responses or just join for some responses. If you have any question immediately to Mauro, any concern, any remark, any wish, yes, please, Anjuja, and also Amilcar. So, Mauro, you have two participants who would like to ask questions. The first is Anjuja from Mauritius. And the second participant who is interested to ask you a question is Amilcar from Cape Verde. Anjuja, please.
Yeah, thank you very much, Eduardo. Thank you very much, Marco, for this very compelling presentation. A very useful study that is used to inform prospective students in areas where they can study, and also for institutions as well when they are developing courses, as well as for a country itself. If they want to reduce the mismatch between the demand and supply in the labor market. We do conduct, I am from the Higher Education Commission, we do conduct this kind of study, but using a very different methodology. We come up with something which is known as the list of indicative priority field of study. But the methodology has not been very totally efficient, I would say. As you know, we have a very dynamic, the labor market is always very dynamic. So whatever is demand at the moment can be an oversupply after some time. Your methodology, I've seen that you are using the job posting analysis for the labor market, which provides the demand for the current demand, right? The current demand. So when you're doing the forecast, how reliable that forecast is, and for how long will that forecast be? Because let's say I'm a student and I'm relying on that data, I'm entering a course now, I will be out of on the labor market after 4 years. So how is that reliable? The second question is there any other alternative besides using job posting for this kind of analysis? Can we do it in an alternative way? If you could answer that. Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Eduardo, do you want to run also the second question?
Yes, maybe. And please, Mauro, you will need to switch on your interpretation English, because Amilcar is going to speak in Portuguese, unless you understand Portuguese. Amilcar.
Muito obrigado, Eduarda. Não, eu não vou fazer nenhuma pergunta, é apenas em relação a esse tema, partilhar algumas informações sobre aquilo que nós vimos a fazer, temos vindo a fazer em Cabo Verde em relação às informações sobre o mercado de trabalho, que é um instrumento muito importante para poder prevenir e antecipar soluções para os problemas de emprego e formação profissional que nós temos. Dizer que em 2020 nós em Cabo Verde criamos o Observatório do Mercado de Trabalho, não é? que tem como missão produzir essas informações e dados que permitirão depois definir políticas para combater todos esses problemas de emprego e formação, também adequar as ofertas formativas em relação ao mercado de trabalho. E nesse momento estamos num processo de desenvolver o plano de ação para a implementação de um sistema de antecipação de competências, que eu acho também que é muito importante dentro desse processo todo de ter informações sobre o mercado de trabalho e definir políticas claras que realmente poderão dar respostas, não só em relação às necessidades de emprego que são necessárias, mas também direcionar a formação profissional para as necessidades do mercado de trabalho. Muito obrigado.
Ou só uma informação?
Não, era só a
uma
informação.
Ok,
Okay?
obrigada.
E agradecer também a apresentação muito clara.
Obrigada.
Desculpa.
Okay, can I respond, Eduarda, to the
And so you can respond especially to the first question from Mauritius.
Also, I see one question in chat that I can address very quickly, I think. So for the first question about the use of the data to run forecasting, to run projection. So it's not simple because as you mentioned, it is really the data that are coming from the web is really with a lot of noise. So what we apply to run this projection about occupation and skill requirement is using a mix of data. So we are not using only job posting data in this case, but also traditional data. So one of the features of the traditional data is the robustness. So we can use this robust traditional data, for example, to predict and to project the data about occupation, about employment in the future. And usually we run projection of 10 years. Of course, we cannot predict the pandemic and we cannot predict the work, but it's quite robust to use traditional method and traditional data to run this projection about occupation. About the skill, we use the job posting data. So we use the same methodology. So traditional methodology. So if you have in mind the traditional way to forecast data, we use the same methodology, but for the skill, we use job posting data. Of course, it's difficult to project the data in the next 10 years. Usually we are projection about skill in 2-3 years. Of course, we have in mind that we have a database of currently something like 4 billion of job posting. So we have a very granular data, and in this case, the projections are very robust. So this is the way that we use to apply this projection. Of course, we have on a situation and we collect data not only for a single country, a single region, but we collect data around the world, from US to Italy, Spain, Tunisia, Morocco, Ukraine, Georgia. So this bunch of data is very helpful to make a robust model about the skill projection. But I repeat, we cannot predict the next 10 years of skill. Usually for the occupation, we have a robust model to project data for the next 10 years. For skill, our model usually are using a time window of 3 years. About the question that you have in chat is really. So if we go in detail to the single job titles, could be an issue, could be a lot of confusion from the employers. It's the reason, like I mentioned, we use a mix of data taxonomy, so artificial intelligence engineer, robotics engineers are quite a similar occupation, and maybe only some skills are different. So usually we cluster this occupation in one single group. We have a legacy taxonomy in Lightcast, but is open. If you go to Google and if you look for Lightcast open skills, you will find our open skill taxonomy and our open title taxonomy. It's open, you can download and use it. But for example, when we speak with public administration, when we speak with a public organization, we use international taxonomy, so ESCO for occupation and skill in Europe, ONET if we work with US, Canada, and South America, but are very useful taxonomy. And what we do is to try to group, to aggregate these very similar occupations. So the difference between an AI developer and an AI engineer is, I think, some skills. So, and it is the feature of the job posting data, because in this case we can try to observe the different skill. We can try to observe the different salary, for example, and of course we can use then a common way, so a common taxonomy. So AI developer, AI engineer are, I think, in the same cluster of data scientists, of mathematicians, and so on. And we can use this common taxonomy to create a digit, to create a dashboard, to create analytics, to inform and to interconnect our different stakeholders.
Mauro, and I think Dr. Jenene from Ethiopia was asking this last question. Online is satisfied, I think, for the response, and maybe we can continue the conversation a little bit during the week. If you are interested, we can take a look, for example, at the dashboards, Tunisia or Ukraine. And we started already doing a similar project with Egypt and also with Kenya. So thank you very much. And so now I look at Morlai from Sierra Leone for the presentation. If you want to do it now, we are ready on our side. If you have still 10 minutes energy, everybody, Morlai from Sierra Leone would like to share the experience and the path, the challenges, perspectives of NQF development in his country. Thank you for the energy.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We want to thank the organizers. We are happy to be here. We are happy to learn. And we'll give a brief background on the education status of Sierra Leone. Okay. Okay. This is the overview of the presentation. The education system of Sierra Leone, we are using the 6334 system. In our starting, we have a good starting, but over the years, we have some challenges. If you can see, we have our first university in 1827. That's the University of Sierra Leone, Frobe College. But we have 10 years war, we have mudslide, we have Ebola, we have COVID, and even 2 weeks ago, we have mudslide again in the country. So we are a resilient nation. We have two Ministry of Education. We have the Ministry of Technical and Higher Education. We have the Ministry of Basic and Senior Secondary School. Those two ministries developed two policies. We have the TVET policy in 2018. We have the free quality education, the free school quality education. That's from primary school to secondary school. Kids are not paying no fees. We have free education for secondary school and primary school. We have 3 agencies that are supporting the education system. We have the Tertiary Education Commission, We have the National Council for Technical, Vocational, and Other Academic Award. We have the Teaching Service Commission. The NCTVA, the National Council for Technical Education, and the TEC Act, we have the Act in 2001. We have the Teaching Service Commission Act in 2011. The NCTVA is responsible for TVET and teacher education. They manage the TVET sector, they conduct exams and the teacher education. We have one national exams for all the levels of teachers and another national exams for certificate, diploma, and higher diploma. We have a national exam that is cut across. The Tertiary Education Commission, they are responsible for policy and managing the higher education. The Teaching Service Commission, they manage the affairs of teachers in Sierra Leone. This is the pathway of the education structure in the country. You can see we have TVET, we have polytechnics, and recently we upgraded our polytechnics to technical universities, looking at the new emergence, the CBT, the TVET policy, and we have another policy that says we want all districts in the country to have a government technical institute. We have secure 12 out of 15 districts. Now we have 12 technical institutes that are operating. They operate with certificate, diploma, and higher diploma. And we have another teacher education college. We have converted that teacher education college to polytechnic. We have a model where we don't want people to look at TVET, it is not relevant. That's why both colleges that are offer TVET, they also offer teacher education. These are the efforts being made by the TVET sector for the introduction of CBET. We have a project with GIZ. In 2014, we developed our first CBET, 6 sectors. And recently, in 2019, we have a World Bank project. We developed 19 sectors. These are ready. We are in the pilot phase of introducing this CBET. And the consultant we have for the CBET introduced the NQF for us. And we have a lot of materials from that training. We train experts in country. Now we have over 50 experts in country that can develop the CBET. And I'm here, this is an international platform. I don't want to do the presentation alone. I'll call my colleagues to give an update on the NQF. Mr. Sise.
All right. My name is Abouaman Sise from Sierra Leone, and there has been some progress in our NQF development. And we started off with no NQF, and we moved to early thinking and marching towards the NQF. So now we are in the early stages of the NQF development. As you can see on the slide, we have the MTHE NCTV VET toolbox proposal. The MTHE there is the Ministry of Technical and Higher Education. We have a general proposal for the NQF. And we also have the TEC SPIA proposal for the higher education. So as I'm speaking now, we have 2 proposals. So we are stuck in this process. So we cannot move with 2 proposals. So that is why we are asking this gathering to provide us with solution, how we can move from this stage to go forward. Because with 2 proposals for a comprehensive NQF, we need consultations, we need harmonization workshop so that we can have a clear pathway to move forward. So there has been some effort, and the Ministry of Technical and Higher Education is to take the lead, and it has created a technical working group for the development and implementation of the Sierra Leone qualification framework. A draft TOR has been done in April 2022. Of course, we've benefited from the ACQF webinar series, which has helped us to develop our NQF in the early stages. Of course, there has been some review in the NCTV and TEC Act to bring on board the NQF. For us at the NCTV, we are presently reviewing our act, and in that review, we've included a Directorate of Qualification and Certification. The same goes to the TEC as well. They have a Directorate of Quality Assurance and Qualifications. So these are all efforts in moving towards having a national qualification framework. Of course, the status on the Sierra Leone qualification framework. The key differences on the 2 proposals presented. For the virtual box, we have 9 levels. For the SPIA TC project, 12 levels. Likewise, for the VET toolbox, is 4 domains and 3 domains for the TC SPIA. And these are all the reasons why we need the harmonization, workshop, and consultation so that we can move the process. And there is also an issue of a governance system. The VET toolbox consultant gave us 2 options. It's either we choose the centralized system of governance, that is, having a national qualification authority, or we decentralize it. The NCTV will take the parts of the TVET, whilst the TC will control the higher education. So that is why I pose a question to Dr. Juma. I think it is posted on the board there, and which one of the 2 is more appropriate, especially in the early development process of NQF? Is it the centralized one or the decentralized one? So for the TC part, in their proposal, they stated the centralized system. So we are a bit confused. That is why we need guidance from this guardian so that they can help us to pass this stage. Of course, with the little successes that we've made, we have still some challenges, limited understanding and capacity at relevant MDEs. So we cannot have a clear pathway if the knowledge is limited. So we need capacity building in that regard. So the ACQF and other advanced countries that have passed this stage, they can guide and help us without. And there's the harmonization process is very, very slow. As I'm speaking now, we are stuck in the harmonization process. And with 2 proposals, we need to have that clear so that we can move ahead. There is a need for a regulatory body. Yes, indeed, there is a need for that. But is it going to be a centralized one or a decentralized one? So we need guidance in that direction as well. We need a qualification act as well. For now, we don't have a qualification act, so we need guidance in that regard, especially for the advanced countries in terms of NQF. A need for legal and technical financial support as well is needed. International consultant missions, the World Bank and the ACQF too can help in that regard as well. Of course, the VET toolbox consultant presented 12 steps activities that we are to go by in order to have our NQF developed. And from the look of things, we are still on activity 1, that is meeting between the 2 projects and agreeing on an overall approach. So that is where we are stuck. Until we are able to clear the activity 1, then we can go forward from activity 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Before okay, this is a continuation of the suggested steps that was proposed by the VET toolbox. So if we can have the activities 1 cleared for us by the expert here, I think we will be able to move faster so that we can be able to achieve the 12 activities, which is from a launch of the Sierra Leone qualification framework with clear defined transition, where we can invite some of our friends from other countries to witness that launching. So in a way of concluding, I want to thank the organizers, especially the African Union, the AU, the German Corporation, GIZ, the European Training Foundation for giving us this opportunity to witness this ACQF training. And this has been a learning process for us. And all what we've learned here, we are going to take it home, especially the thematic briefs and the training modules that are on the website. They are very useful, so we are going to use them in order to develop our NQF. Thank you.
I think we are very impressed with this presentation. It was all done really spontaneously, let's say. It was not planned. And so this presentation is not yet available on the website, but it will. And thanks so much for your energy and willingness to share this. This has always been actually let's say, the attitude, the spirit of NCTVA since the beginning of our cooperation. And they are always there. They have been in groups participating in the peer learning activities, and thanks for being here. So I just want to ask colleagues, do you want to make any comments about the various questions that were asked here?
And as I'm speaking, our office is closed today. All the senior officers, they are listening to this NQF, including the director. Yeah, Mr. Jallo.
Maybe you want to say something, Mr. Jallo.
Mr. Sheku, Mr. Jallo, Imam Razi, Lucas, do you want to say something?
Yeah.
Look at them. Hi.
Hi, guys.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Eduardo, we have a question from Mr. Tinka Kamara.
Kamara, also from higher education. Thank you. Please, you can take the floor. Tinka Kamara, please. Hi.
Hello.
Please.
Hello.
Hello, Emmanuel.
This is the director.
Yeah, good
Yes.
afternoon.
Good afternoon.
It is not a question per se. It is not a question per se, but I just want to throw light on some of the issues with respect to the National Qualifications Framework that Mr. Molai and co have discussed. The NQF in Sierra Leone presently, it has various levels, though it has not yet been completed, but at present we have 10 levels, and it takes into account early childhood education, primary education, secondary, and even tertiary education. And within the National Qualifications Framework that we are proposing, there are various pathways and various transitions. The early childhood is at level 0 because we think they are important in the education. And with that again, we have the primary level, we have the secondary and the tertiary. And they are links, they are transition. You can move horizontally and vertically. During the SPEAR project that has just been concluded, part of the responsibility of that project is to develop a national qualifications framework. But the national qualifications framework that was developed was mainly for higher education, though it takes into account TVET, basic education, and even early childhood education. Two key issues of that NQF are the governance and coordination of policies across government ministries in order to ensure adequate involvement of stakeholders. And we also take into account the ACQF framework that is in line with the Agenda 2063, the Africa we want. And for Sierra Leone to be in line with, in developing this NQF, we benchmark other qualifications framework like the ones in South Africa and the ones in East Africa. And at present, there is a team that is working on the finalization of the National Qualification Framework. And yeah, in fact, there is a steering committee that is responsible to ensure the finalization of the NQF that is inclusive of all stakeholders in the higher education sector in Sierra Leone. I'll just stop here for now.
Thank you very much, Emmanuel Tinka Camara, for this supplementary information. And now we have some possibility. We have also Josephus Sawyer. We have been in touch with him by email for a meeting. So I hope we will get to that meeting, maybe next week. And I would like then now to pass the floor to our participants in the room who want to make comments. One of them is Dr. Mukwana. Who else would like to make any comments, any suggestions on the various issues that were presented here? I don't know if colleagues from the trainers team want also to say something. So, Dr. Mukwana, please take the floor. Yes.
Yeah, let me thank the team from Sierra Leone. I think they have done a good job, and you can see the passion and the enthusiasm, and I think that's the spirit that we said. And of course, your presentation raises a number of issues. I see you want to separate autonomy and responsibility as three different domains. I think that usually that is one. It's combined, autonomy and responsibility. As to whether you want to do a centralized, comprehensive national qualification framework or a decentralized one depends on the buy-in, the willingness for people to give space. If you have enough support, and a comprehensive one will be the best, so that you have something that communicates with each other, as we said yesterday, from primary school through TVET to university. And then maybe the last thing I want to say is, I think let's get in touch after you do this, so that maybe we could have an online meeting between the Kenyan and Sierra Leone team when we go back, then we can exchange more. But you are on a good note, you are on the right footing, and we will be happy to share with you how we can take this forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
James, yes.
Thank you so much, Eduarda, and congratulations to the colleagues from Sierra Leone for the very powerful presentation that they've put across. Just to add on to what Dr. Mokwana has already elaborated upon, I think what would also be helpful to the country is to try and look at the various stakeholders when it comes to coordination. Of course, we are talking about responsibilities within the general education, responsibilities within the TVET, and of course the higher education subsector. So there should be a deliberate move to identify which institution should be able to lead the process to spearhead, or indeed which ministry should take the lead, and which ministry or ministries are willing to follow. The moment we have a situation where we are at loggerheads, no one is willing to cede, as it were, or to give way to the other ministry to be able to take the lead, it will be a bit difficult for the country to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. If you want to say anything else, just take the floor. It's okay?
It's okay for now.
Many thanks.
Thank you so much again. And I find brilliant, very young people taking on their shoulders, let's say, such a very important and complex subject, isn't it? So I think there is a future. So colleagues, I think we had a very productive day. It was a bit longer. We started very well with our friend from Ethiopia. It was a very good presentation, and there were some questions, and some of the questions that were asked also in the chat box regarding level 1, etc. we can still discuss, since you are still in the process of approving, if you want to discuss anything related to that level. Many thanks again. Thanks to all of you for a very active, dynamic day. Many questions. I see many cards there on the boards. Now we have to elaborate and on all that. I think Naveen, Colleen, James, we all need to spend 1 or 2 hours here now elaborating responses. And so we meet tomorrow at 10. And I think it's going to be another very interesting day. We start with IGAD is going to share with us the recent developments, Zagal and Dr. Kebede, thank you. And then we have also very interesting thematic presentations by our colleagues from ZAQUA. They are going to present the training module 4, basically validation of learning. So RPL, CATS, these are very important topics. We will have country presentations, notably VAE du Cameroon, Matthias, and also CATS Kenya. So please take a look at your agenda for tomorrow. At the slides, if you have time, all these slides, all these presentations are available on the web page. You just have to go there. Materials, all the presentations are there except the one that Sierra Leone just did now. So if you want already to take an advanced look at the presentations of tomorrow. So thank you very much, everybody. Enjoy the evening. And we continue working with some of you, Somalia today. And thank you, everybody. It was a very, very good day. And I think we are really getting used to each other already. And tomorrow it will be even better. Thank you. Yes.